Judith Lewis Herman, MD, is a senior lecturer in psychiatry at Harvard Medical School and was director of training at the Victims of Violence program at Cambridge Hospital. She's the author of multiple award-winning books, including Truth and Repair: How Trauma Survivors Envision Justice. She has received numerous awards, including a Guggenheim Fellowship and the Lifetime Achievement Award from the International Society for Traumatic Stress Studies. In 2007, she was named Distinguished Life Fellow of the American Psychiatric Association.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. My name is Thomas Hübel and I'm the convener of the summit. And I'm honored to be sitting here with Dr. Judith Lewis Herman. Dr. Herman, a warm welcome to you. I'm very happy to be speaking to you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and I want to start with, first of all, acknowledging your work. I think for a long time, you really look deeply into the effects of trauma, the effects on trauma on individuals, but also on our society and how we live in a field of trauma. And I am very passionate about it. I feel very inspired by your work. And I would love to acknowledge how much of your life force went into, opening a path in society. So first of all, very much thank you to you and to your work. You wrote a sentence that very much caught my attention, and I would love, it's about one of your books. I think it was Trauma and Recovery. And you wrote, I expect the book to be controversial. First, because it is written from a feminist perspective. Second, because it challenges established diagnostic concepts. But third, and perhaps most importantly, because it speaks about horrible things that no one really wants to hear about. And I found that amazing. And so I would love you to speak a little bit to the controversial part of your book and how it affected society, but also what you mean with these three parts, especially how it changed diagnostic concepts that I'm very interested in. And then maybe also about the things that nobody really wants to hear about. And so maybe we start a conversation here.
Okay, well, I think in some ways the diagnostic concepts part is the simplest to talk about, because what I proposed in Trauma and Recovery was that trauma really needs to be understood as on a spectrum of disorders rather than a unitary disorder, because the impact of single trauma, and particularly a trauma that is not of human design or accidental, is very different from the impact of prolonged and repeated trauma, especially if it begins in childhood, but even if it begins in adulthood. Because if you have a single impact trauma, that means whatever the terror of the moment, afterwards the person is able to escape to safety. An auto accident would be an obvious example. And by contrast, if the trauma is prolonged and repeated, it means that there is no escape, which means that a relationship of coercive control has been established. It means that there's a relationship of dominance and subordination that is enforced periodically by violence. And when that happens, it affects one's entire sense of self and relationship to others. it means that one has seen up close the cruelty and malice and desire for complete control. One has seen tyranny up close. And that's true whether you're talking about prisoners of war and political prisoners and torture survivors, or whether you're talking about survivors of incest and domestic violence and child abuse, or survivors of sex trafficking or human trafficking. You've seen human criminality up close. And that affects your sense of who you are and your sense of trust in others. It doesn't just produce nightmares and flashbacks and freeze response. It affects one's whole sense of oneself in the world. And so I propose the concept of complex PTSD, which has now finally 30 years later been recognized by most of the world, the World Health Organization, the ICD-11. The United States lags behind the rest of the world. We still don't have that in our diagnostic manual. But I really thought of that as one point along the way from an acute stress response that's self-limited and doesn't proceed to post-traumatic stress disorder, to the standard PTSD, to complex PTSD, and at the extreme end, the dissociative disorders. And I think at least that concept of a trauma spectrum has been generally accepted now.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's how I quoted you in my book. So that's why I love when you speak about this, like the especially the complex PTSD. Maybe you can speak a little bit about. You said it changes your sense of self and how the self experiences itself in relationship to the world. Maybe you can speak a little bit how that sense of self changes, and maybe also, what did you find in the treatment that really works to reverse that? Because we are also interested. Okay, there are complex states of complex PTSD. What brings relief or what brings transformation, healing, integration? Maybe you can speak about these two things a little bit. How the sense of self changes and what really heals.
Well, as we understand the formation of a sense of self, it is formed developmentally in a relationship of safe attachment. And safe attachment means a relationship of mutuality. It means a relationship where, if it's a parent and child, there's the power imbalances is extreme, of course. There's no power equality. But there can still be a sense of mutual respect, of negotiation, of fairness, of mutual caring. And it's in that kind of relationship that we form both our sense of trust in others and our sense of trust in ourselves. And when one is subjected to a relationship of coercive control, where there is no trust, there is no mutuality, there is no fairness, there's only command and obedience. And very often as well in the course of control relationship, it's not enough for the tyrant to break the victim's will. You can to have a submissive victim, but often the tyrant demands more. The tyrant demands a willing victim. The tyrant demands that any responsibility for the harm be taken in by the victim. If you had only behaved better, if you had only obeyed better, if you were only a better person, if then this wouldn't have happened to you. And in fact, one of the most devastating methods of coercive control is, they're the methods that induce fear and terror, but then there are the methods that induce shame. Control of bodily functions, forcing people to do things that are disgusting and degrading, and then finally forcing people to do things that violate their own attachments and moral principles. The purpose of torture is to get the political prisoner to betray their comrades. In the sex trade, the prostituted women are made to recruit others and to participate in the seasoning of others. And in domestic violence and child abuse, oftentimes, the abused woman will say, do anything to me, but just don't touch the kids. And then when but by the time he is abusing the kids, she's too terrorized to intervene. And so she witnesses passively the abuse of her kids. And once you've betrayed your own moral principles and your own close attachments, oftentimes people feel that they not only ashamed and guilty, but that they don't deserve to live. How do you repair that? In a relationship with mutuality. And you can't assume that a trusting therapeutic alliance is going to exist on day one. It's not. It has to be built over time. It's one reason there's no quick fix. You're not going to do 6 sessions of CBT or EMDR for complex PTSD. Might work fine for an auto accident, but not for complex PTSD. You have to establish a relationship, and only after trust has been established can you do the trauma-focused work of, creating a trauma narrative that integrates the trauma into a life story so that the person is not utterly defined by the trauma, but trauma is an inescapable part of the person's life, and then grieving everything that has been lost. And that's a process of psychotherapy that takes some time.
That's a beautiful point, because I think you said something very important that lives a bit in contradiction with our what I call sometimes the fast food world, that we want everything very fast. We want a quick fix, and we want it as fast as possible. And how can we, be very clear about that especially complex PTSD really needs its time. And often I believe that sometimes the urge for a quick fix is already a symptom of the trauma. And how can we also create like a cultural environment that understands that the depth that's needed is really important? And maybe how did you create this in your work?
Well, the cultural environment that we're in, first of all, it's a capitalist environment where nobody wants to pay for mental health care, and certainly not for long-term treatment. I worked at a public sector safety net hospital where we were able, in some ways, because we served the poor and the marginalized. And for a while, we had a financial base that supported that. We were able to offer a high standard of care to our patients, including long-term psychotherapy. You'll hear a lot of drivel now about evidence-based and data-driven treatment of trauma. And there are short-term models that, again, work pretty well for like prolonged exposure and so on, that work pretty well for signal impact trauma, although they have very high dropout rates. But for complex trauma, our patients are the ones that are screened out of those clinical trials, because they have, they don't just have simple PTSD, they have comorbid, other, substance abuse, other comorbid, quote unquote, borderline personality disorder or dissociative disorders. They have chronic suicidality. So they're not even in those evidence-based trials. There is a good evidence base now for longer-term psychotherapy. Basically, in the literature on treatment of borderline personality disorder and dissociative disorders, because as I and my colleagues Chris Perry and Bessel van der Kolk showed many years ago now, over 80% of people with the borderline diagnosis have a childhood abuse history. There's been a multi-site randomized clinical trial conducted in Germany by Martin Bohus and his colleagues, comparing DBT staged with a DBT with a PTSD component, treatment lasting 15 months, compared with cognitive processing therapy, and the staged DBT PTSD treatment was superior on multiple measures. And then in the UK, Bateman and Fonagy have an 8-year follow-up of 18-month individual and group mentalization treatment for people with borderline personality disorder that has incredibly positive results. So there is a good evidence base for a more prolonged, intensive form of treatment for complex PTSD. And then the dissociative disorders, there's been a prospective longitudinal study going on for several years now, looking at a sort of staged model of treatment for DID over time, long-term psychotherapy, and with very nice progression being shown. That study doesn't have a control group, to my knowledge, but it is a prospective study that shows that the effectiveness of long-term treatment.
And so how do you see treatment the different options like one-on-one treatment and processes that happen in groups, and how important do you see like group environments in the healing of trauma or complex trauma, or maybe one or the other, or like where do collective spaces have their place and where is one-on-one have their space, or are they
Oh, I
mixed?
think it's both and. We love groups at our Victims of Violence program. We've had many, many short-term trauma-focused groups that we authored. We had, and we two of them we have practice guides now for our sort of Trauma 101 Stage 1 model, which is a psychoeducational 10-session group called the Trauma Information Group. And then we have our Stage 2 group, the Trauma Recovery Group, which is a much more trauma-focused past, that's usually a 16-week group. But groups are amazing as an antidote to shame and isolation.
Yeah, wonderful. So you spoke about tyranny, and you spoke about tyranny, let's say, in the micro level on the family system. When we look, or what's your experience with tyranny on the macro level, like dictatorships or forms of tyranny that actually affect the self of a whole, either cultural group or a society? How does that affect the self, the sense of self of a society? Maybe you can speak a little bit about this. And of course, there are individuals in that society, how it affects them, but maybe also a little bit how it affects the ecosystem. If you have any any thoughts you want to share about the collective impact of tyranny?
Well, I think the person who has written really very well about this is Masha Gessen. And she talks about how the dictator cannot rule alone without collaborators, and without the passivity of bystanders. And so a lot of the behavior of tyrants is aimed at the bystanders. And as a bystander, you can either ally with the oppressed, in which case you yourself will be subject to punishment. You can ally with the perpetrator and be part of a corrupt system and get the benefits of corruption. Or you can withdraw and just, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, and become passive. And a lot of the effort of the bystander, of the tyrant, is to get the bystanders to just think about their own private lives, to forego any sense of community, or just to kind of withdraw and submit and do whatever the dictator says, and listen, basically turn out for rallies and cheer to show that you're, to have the portrait of the dictator in your home, and to inform on their neighbors. Talk about betraying your own law. To inform on your neighbors, to participate in the corrupt system, because that's how you get things done. So that it destroys any sense of community solidarity. And it leaves people, it appeals to people's most selfish motives, and most to people's cynicism. Well, that's just the way the world is. So it degrades civil society. You can't have a flourishing civil society under dictatorship. That's why there's always a brain drain. And so it leaves, if a dictatorship is overthrown and you try to replace it with a democracy, you start with people who have absolutely no habits of cooperation or mutuality, and who are often deeply ashamed of their behavior and eager not to talk about it, think about it. Certainly not to face any kind of accountability.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like we have done a lot of work in Germany, and what you just said, this period of silence, like it was very powerful, and also in the retrospective work was very powerful. How it had appeared that we didn't nobody wanted to talk about these things, and the next generation was growing up in that kind of creepy silence, like the disaster happened, but nobody spoke about it. And it reminded me also of the work that we did on the East-West in Germany, the East-West separation, and what you said, we reporting on the neighbor, and I'm wondering, when you look at now the intergenerational transmission of trauma, like when we say, okay, when we grow up in a culture where that happened, so what do you see are the after effects of that very thing that you just described, of growing up in a post-dictatorship culture, and how does this affect our psyche? How does it affect our living together? And maybe also how this intergenerational trauma transmission can be approached? Like, what's the healing when the trauma also happened in the lives of my parents, grandparents, great grandparents?
Well, I think it's similar in some ways to the individual recovery. You've got to start by rebuilding trust, and that means you got to talk about it. Well, I mean, talking about it by itself isn't a cure, but it's a necessary first step. I'm reminded of an Israeli psychologist named Dan Bar-On, who used to do groups for children of Holocaust survivors and children of the Nazi SS to come together. And by the way, the children of the Holocaust survivors, their parents haven't talked about it either. But the children of the SS kept saying, "Oh, we just had a very normal family." And of course, they had never talked with their parents about what happened during the war. And he described the case of one man whose father had been driven the trains that transported the Jews to the ovens. But he said he'd never himself participated in or witnessed any violence. And then, after they explored it for a while, he actually did talk to his father. And this time his father said, well, one time he did witness that they had loaded a whole, freight car full of people onto the platform, and they shot them all. And, Bar-On said how terrible, and that must have been, And the affect was very flat. No, that's just what happens in the war, you know. And then a year later, he re-interviewed this guy, and he had forgotten completely what his father told him.
Mm.
He didn't remember that he had told Baran
Mhm.
about the shooting.
Mhm.
So, you know, dissociation, repression, they are, you know, these are defenses on a group scale as well as the individual scale.
Right, right. No, that's very powerful. And we have also worked a lot with also descendants of Nazi families, former Nazi families, and it's exactly like, and also how to develop slowly a relationship to the past, and how important that is, that any kind of restoration can happen. And I'm curious, when you when y- in your work, how do you see the restorative process? So let's say that happened, that's part of a country or a group's or a person's experience. So what are actually the ingredients that we can come to some sort of restorative process? What do also victims need so that this kind of entanglement can slowly unravel? So how do you look at the restorative process, yeah, on individual and also more collective levels?
For my new book, Truth and Repair, I interviewed 30 survivors of gender violence. I chose that because it's the most common human rights violation in the world, and also because it's what I know best. But I think it would apply to any form of dominance and subordination built that's deep in a society, whether that's based on religion or race or gender, caste, class. And what they wanted was not punishment and not forgiveness, but they wanted acknowledgement, first of all. They were unanimous on that. And they wanted it not just from the offenders, they wanted it even more from the bystanders. Acknowledgement of the facts, acknowledgement of the harm, and acknowledgement that it was wrong. They wanted the bystanders to vindicate them, to denounce the crime, to say, no one deserves that kind of treatment, and you didn't deserve it, and to lift the shame from them and put it on the shoulders of the perpetrator. And beyond that, they wanted apology and amends. And again, more from the bystanders than necessarily from the perpetrator. We've overseen on an intimate level, you know, we've overseen some family confrontations where that happened, you know, where there was an acknowledgement and an apology and amends. They're rare, but when they happen, they are wonderful. And actually, we had my colleague Emily Schatzel and I treated an incest family years and years ago. I treated the mom and sometimes the dad, and at least the mom until she could get a restraining order and get him out of the house. And Emily treated the three daughters. And many years later, the oldest daughter was 12 when we started. But when she was in her 20s, by that time, there had been big changes in the family. Her father had almost died of a heart attack. He'd gotten sober. He was willing to try to repair the relationships in the family. He'd gotten into treatment. And so she had a family confrontation in Emily's office where both parents sobbed and apologized and said, how can we make it up to you? And there was a real reconciliation. And I'm allowed to say her name because she outed us as her treaters when she wrote a wonderful book called Fortunate Daughter, a memoir of reconciliation. Her name is Rosie Backmahan. but that's rare. And I mean, most offenders have, first of all, they're not going to acknowledge, they're, deep into denial. And if there's evidence, the evidence is incontroversial, controversial, then, well, you asked for it. And anyway, why are you still whining about this now? On a national level, the model is the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa. And I have a colleague, a psychologist named Pamela Gaboro Medikazela. She's a professor now at in South Africa and a well-known author. And she was on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and she actually tried to oversee some restorative justice. The deal was amnesty in return for confession. And so many perpetrators did confess in exchange for, no prosecution. She also had prison encounters with Jean de Kock, who was known as Prime Evil. He was the head of the secret police, trying to have that kind of dialogue, a restorative dialogue. She ended up feeling that the Truth Commission was a big success because it centered the testimony of survivors. And it was televised and also broadcast by radio throughout the country. Most people didn't have television, but they did have radio. So that there isn't a romantic narrative about how humane and wonderful apartheid was and how it civilized the savages and so on. Unlike, say, in the U.S., where we romanticize the Confederacy, and many of us do, and romanticize slavery. But there was no apology, and there were no amends. There was no reparations. There was no restitution. And in that sense, as a restorative justice process, it has failed.
Right. So when this leads me to what we started our conversation with, the last part of your sentence is, and perhaps most importantly, because it speaks about horrible things that no one really wants to hear about. Let's come back to that, and let's look at this dynamic of our societies, or us as individuals, but also our society trying to anesthetize a lot of what we don't want to hear about, and how that actually is the repetition compulsion on a social level of all the atrocities that we try to heal, but we actually don't really heal because we don't want to hear about them. So it's a vicious cycle. And so maybe you can speak a little bit about that. And also, what do you see models can be, how we implement like a different approach? Is that possible at all? I mean, since that denial also serves a function. And how can we make a step as a culture to exactly deal with what you just wrote in that sentence?
Well, I think that's why you need a human rights movement. People can't do that alone. They have to come together. In the women's liberation movement, which is kind of how I came of age, we started with consciousness raising groups. And those were based actually on a model that the American Civil Rights Movement had developed. They brought people together in what they called freedom schools. and part of it was adult literacy and stuff like that, and Black history. But also people just came together in groups to talk about their lives. And it was an incredibly powerful organizing tool because people found their commonality. And so Kathy Sarachild, who a classmate of mine who was very active in the civil rights movement, brought that method into the women's movement and named it consciousness raising. And it was small groups. They were kind of like therapy groups, and then they were confidential, but it was just speaking the truth about our lives. And she described them not only as a method of political organizing, but as a method of scientific research, because she said nobody really knows the truth about women's lives because nobody dares talk about it. So we talked about our lives, and then from the next step from the consciousness raising groups was the speak outs. The first speak out on rape was organized by radical feminists in New York in 1970, I think. And from there, I mean, now we have the next iteration of that in a Me Too movement that has, but it's basically people have to come together and say, we're not alone. This is happening all the time. And support one another to say, this has got to change. So it really begins with organizing. And that's true whether you're dealing with a political dictatorship or whether you're dealing with deeply entrenched racism, misogyny, male supremacy, white supremacy, and so on.
What I hear you say is also, if we want to move towards like nations working more consciously on the residue that they inherited from the former generations, so we actually need to begin to organize like smaller groups where people can start to talk about it, so that the legacies are being more out in the open, like and shared. And
Yes.
because they become actually a space of mutuality or commonality, and that's the beginning, a stepping stone towards maybe an architecture of collective healing in
Yes.
different nations. Would you add anything? Is there anything else we should or need to think about or take in consideration? Let's say we get this first step done, and so there's more of a movement in different countries with their different legacies, so that it becomes like there's a healthcare system that wasn't there all the time, and somehow it came into existence, and then there were the civil rights movement or other movements as you described. And now if we want to have a kind of a cultural healing architecture, so what else do we need to take in account? Let's say the first part we get right. So is there anything else we should take into consideration?
Well, I think once you have people coming together, they're going to figure out the next steps based on the particularities of their situation. I mean, I think, public education, legal reforms. I mean, there's so many different places where you entry points, developing services more widely. I mean, one of the from the consciousness raising and the speak outs, the women's movement went to legal reforms. We invented things like the rape crisis centers, the nomadic women's shelters. They didn't exist before. We invented things like getting a restraining order, a civil restraining order that could, have a court order to have an abuser leave the home, things like that. So, and then bit by bit, those things became more institutionalized, but then they came from the ground up. And so I think once you have a ground up movement, it will figure out multiple next steps.
Yeah, that sounds very right and true to me. That then we trust the emergence of that movement to unfold its own intelligence. That's really lovely. So, Dr. Herman, it was really lovely. I enjoyed this conversation. I see like an hour flew by very
Yes.
quickly, and I really enjoyed the conversation. And I'm very happy and honored to learn from your wisdom. I think you're one of the pioneers that deepened understanding of trauma and paved the way for many other movements and modalities to happen. And again, I want to honor your work and honor you for staying steady and energized to do this work for a long time. I think that's a great example.
Well, you know, it's just conversations like this are energizing for me too and keep me going. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Judith's books are available at hachetteBookGroup.com.
Hi, everybody. My name is Phoenix Song, and I'm with Phoenix Song Music. And I'm really delighted to be here today to offer you a sound bath. So the concept of a sound bath is that everything in the universe is making a sound. We just can't hear most of the frequencies. And so that you can passively receive sound to heal. So if you are feeling tired or you're sick or your energy is just a little low, the concept of a sound bath is that the sound can retune your cells to their optimal frequency. So I'm delighted today to be able to offer this, and I will be starting from the root and moving up the spine, up the chakras. The word chakra comes from India. It means wheel or disc. There are these different wheels or discs of energy in the body. So I'll be starting with lower frequency instruments from the root and systematically moving up the spine and up the chakras to end through the crown. So hopefully you will leave feeling more relaxed, more energized, more in tune, more in health, and feeling from the root to the crown you have been tuned. So just sit back. You can either lie down, you can be in a comfortable position, you can have an eye mask, or just be in whatever position allows you to really deeply sink in and relax for the next 30 minutes or so. I'll be starting with the native buffalo drum for a little theta drumming. I will be moving to the didgeridoo, which is an indigenous Australian instrument used to tell the Aboriginal people's dream time, the story of their creation. It's a hollow piece of wood. I'll be going into native drone flute, into some esraj. It's a bowed stringed instrument from India, with some, this is a Rav steel tongue drum, a hand drum. And then I'll be doing a little bit of bowls and bells to kind of clear between each chakra. So just enjoy, make yourself comfortable. And I invite you to just breathe in and out of your heart for a moment. And just check in, what is your intention for this sound bath? And once you come up with your intention, to just breathe it in and out of your heart, to breathe it in and out of every cell of your being, and to allow this sound bath to infuse that intention in every cell, every tissue, every organ of your body, and to send that vibration out into the universe. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityormamritam gamaya. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityormamritam gamaya. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityormamritam gamaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Hari Om. are holy as you are. Nothing to change, nothing to fix. You are perfect as you are. You are beautiful and loved, whole and holy as you are. You are perfect with all your human imperfections. You are divine as you are. May you be happy. May you be safe. May you be free from inner and outer harm. May you be healthy. May you be free. May we be free. May we be free. May we be free. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of our ancestors. We are the spirit of love. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of our ancestors. We are the spirit of love. For each child that's born, a morning star rises and sings to the universe who we are. We are our grandmother's prayers. We are our grandfather's dreamings. We are the breath of our ancestors. We are the spirit of love. We are the spirit of love. So breathing that healing intention again into your heart, breathing it into every cell of your being, and allowing these sound vibrations to permeate inside your body, outside your body, as we shape consciousness, we shape our universe with our vibrations, our intentions. And just taking a moment to thank yourself for this gift of deep healing and relaxation, coming home to your body. And it has been my great honor and pleasure to be with you today. My name is Phoenix Song. My Instagram is Phoenix Song Rises, and my website, phoenixsongmusic.com. I offer sound baths, private and group sessions in voice, drumming, ancestral healing. I hope to be with you again in some form. Thank you so much. Blessings.
Hello and welcome again to the Daily Insight video. Today I want to speak a little bit about presence and emergence. When we look at presence, of course, we all want to be present. We want to be present leaders. We want to be present parents. We want to be present partners and lovers and present citizens. And but we also sometimes feel that we are not that present also. Sometimes we get distracted, we're all over the place, we're ruminating, we are kind of entangled in our own past. So I want to speak to that a bit and also speak a little bit to challenge the current understanding of time. Because we could say in the traumatic moment, for a child or a grown up, in the traumatic moment, life says, here and now, it's really not good for me. In the traumatic, overwhelming experience, here and now is not good for me. Life is not good for me. So not here and not now are sometimes better than being fully here. Like being in the pain of a painful experience might be so much too much that I need to split that off. And in that moment, we split presence into a past that gets frozen and into a potential future that we want to escape into. So that potential future is not the real future, it's what helps me to balance the frozen past. And integration or trauma integration means that the frozen past gets de-iced, unfrozen, turned into experience. And like that, the split of future and the split of past come together, like the question and the answer become a present moment again. So presence is integrated life. Not being present is the intelligence of trauma, but often we judge not being present as a problem. It's a dysfunction versus, oh, actually, when I'm not present, I'm expressing some of the symptoms of the intelligence of the moment when here and now was really not good for me. So forcing ourselves to be more present is also overriding the process of not being present, which is not a shortcoming, which is a process. And if we change our relationship and we see, wow, actually, I start to reframe that for myself. And then I see, wow, when I'm not present, when I'm thinking all over the place, actually, there's much more stress in my body than I might be aware of. There's much more undigested emotional content. That's why I sometimes cannot sleep. That's why I sometimes cannot listen to people because I'm thinking already 10 steps ahead or what I have to say later or what I have to do later. So I'm not anymore in the present experience. And changing our relationship to that also helps us much more to work with the intelligence of not here, not now. And the more we develop that skill, the healing and the embodying process, because it's an embodiment, being in our bodies also is very much connected to be able to be where we are, because we are here. And so integrated history is presence, unintegrated history is split into a past. That's the past. And that is a ruminating or envisioning future that is not the real future. Because the real future is the emergence that happens in presence. So when we are really present, we surface a lot of insights, visions, understanding, new innovations that arrive in presence. A friend of mine, Otto Schama, speaks a lot about the theory U, that in the U, at the bottom of the U, in a very present state, the future emerges. So it's not the future that is later in time, it's the future that comes to us as insights of wow. And then I turn this into a startup, and then I turn this into a social movement or an NGO or a new project or a new development in my work. Yes, because in presence, the future emerges. So the more we are connected to ourselves, the more we are connected to our own future. And not only to our own future, the more we integrate collective trauma, we actually clear up the space for the next generations to come into a more integrated life. So post-traumatic learning opens the space for the next generations to have a bigger world than the world we found when we came into life. So integration of trauma kind of creates more presence. And that is a higher probability to be really tapped into the future. So to be original, to be creative, to be innovative, to come up with new solutions. So when we look at various issues in the world, we need that emergence, which is the arising of new information. Because we are present and not all over the place, we can receive that future. We can listen to the whisper of the future. And that's what many contemplative traditions understood already thousands of years ago. The more present we become, the more we are connected to insight, the more we understand about the world, the more we understand about each other, the more we have an intuitive sense of things that are about to come, the more we have some kind of premonition or foresight that we already kind of intuitively grasp things that are coming and we can align with them. So there are all kinds of qualities that presence and emergence can bring into our life and make our life more creative and exciting, because innovation is exciting. That's why so many people gravitate to new things, because it's exciting. And that's why people that constantly invent or reinvent or are creative, we also stay young. In creativity, we stay younger. It's a rejuvenation remedy. And so that's why integrating the, the excluded past restores presence. And in presence, the future is being born, because at the end of the day, we never have a great insight tomorrow. We always have a great insight now. Whenever that now is, it's now. So the insight arrives when we are really into something and we are very focused, and suddenly we see a next step that we didn't see. When people work with clients, they often have insights in the presence of being with a client, in the presence of working with a group, in the presence of solving a complex mathematical issue. When we are present, insights arrive. Contemplative practices serve that too. So I hope that shows also a little bit the correlation between the past, present, future, and why trauma informedness is an important ingredient in a more innovative culture. And I hope you will enjoy our speakers today and be inspired. And hopefully it speaks to your own innovation capacity. And I see you soon.
Richard C. Schwartz, PhD, is the creator of Internal Family Systems, a highly effective, evidence-based therapeutic model that depathologizes the multi-part personality. His IFS Institute offers training for professionals and the general public. He is currently on the faculty of Harvard Medical School and has published 5 books, including No Bad Parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model.
I'm happy to be here again with you, and today we'll talk about the spiritual dimension in the trauma healing. So I'm looking forward to that.
Me too, very much.
Maybe we can start our conversation with sharing with each other. I'm curious how the spiritual dimension showed up in you as a family therapist. Because it seems like it shows up in our lives somehow. It's not something we do, something that starts to seep into our life. How did it seep into your life?
Yeah, it was quite a process. And I come from a highly atheistic scientific family, and my father was that. And so I wasn't at all spiritual. And I kind of had ADD, so I was spared having to become a physician because I just wasn't a good student. And I have 5 brothers, 3 of them are. So I also felt really bad that I was a bad student and didn't, fulfill. I'm the oldest, so I had a lot of pressure to do that. And so I came out of my family with a lot of worthlessness, and came out of college with very little self-confidence or sense of what I wanted to do. And I ran into transcendental meditation back in the 70s. And I found that through using the mantra, I could get into this state that just felt great, and got addicted to it and did that for about 8 years straight. And in retrospect, was totally using it as a bypass to get away from my exiles and all their worthlessness. And it didn't really do much for those parts, but it did give me a lot more confidence in general and clarity. And it really did help me in my life, even though in retrospect, it was a bypass. And it gave me a sense. I wasn't into any of the spirituality of TM, but it did give me a sense there was something more to this than this place. And then I quit doing that when I started having kids and didn't have time and just got away from it. And and then I got into the IFS world. And when I ran into self, as I've been talking about it, at first I thought it's great that we all have this part of us that knows how to heal and doesn't seem to be damaged. But I had a very materialistic view of what that was, that it just was part of the personality. But over time, working with more and more clients, I just couldn't hold on to that view, and started to think maybe it was more than just within each person separately, and had clients have these experiences, some of which were like my meditations, but even more dramatic and spiritual. And so ultimately, I began to think of self, and I had some students start to say, maybe this is like Atman, or maybe this is like Buddha nature, or so on. And I looked into all of that, which I hadn't really studied. And indeed, it seems like every spiritual tradition has a word for what I'm calling self, and what you call soul, and that they describe it basically the same way. And I actually, not too long ago, co-wrote a book, Many Minds, One Self, with a guy, Bob Falconer, where we looked at each spiritual tradition and how similar that is to what I found to be self. And so it felt like I just stumbled onto that spiritual aspect of so many things, and ultimately concluded, which is where I am now, that self is, in quantum physics, there's the metaphor, or that a photon is both a particle and a wave. And so for me, there's a wave state of self, which is some of what you were talking about with the collective self, but even beyond that, what people call God for me is that. And really deep meditations, or we were talking about how I started to be more involved with psychedelics. I've entered that non-dual wave state where I have no sense of an individuality or even my body, and just feel very connected and sometimes blissful. And then as I'm coming back, noticing how it particleizes. For me, it's the same self, but now individualized in the body with boundaries. But that's the same self. So for me, that's sort of how I came into this, kind of kicking and screaming. But I'm a scientist, so the biggest piece of advice my father ever gave me was follow the data, even if it takes you way outside your paradigm. And if I'm proud of anything, it's that I've been doing that. And so that's where I landed, that the self, and part of why we do feel connected, and that one of those C words is because we aren't individuals. We're actually in the illusion of being different from each other, but we're all part at that level of something much bigger. So anyway, that's a short version of how I got here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's beautiful. I just want to say, I think it has been mentioned somewhere, but I want to say this too. Like when you spoke about how you adapted your sense of self, there I feel it. I feel again the beauty of your humility. There's something about the humility, how you learn from life, and also when I hear you talking about how you developed IFS, it's very much like a constant feedback with life that you allowed to happen, and that helped you to formulate the whole theory of IFS. But it's pretty much not being stuck on what you know, but constantly allowing life to update yourself, and that's really beautiful. That's a real quality I see in you. So I want to just highlight that. That touches me whenever I hear that speak in you.
Thank you for that. And that quality is partly why I'm doing this with you, because I already have learned from you. So I'm just trying to keep learning.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Me too. And I learned already a lot about our different languages, but that we also relate to similar things. And also now when I listen to you, I mean, my way was very different. When I was 26, I dropped my medical studies. I went on a 4-year meditation retreat, and I felt a very strong calling. I felt this is what I have to do. And I did a lot of body psychotherapy before I went there, but I felt I need to, I don't know, open and clean my inner world somehow to receive what's really my stream in this life. And I would have described some of the experiences that you had similarly, like with that we are not just individuals, but we are always interdependent with everything that exists. And it's funny that you spoke about the wave and the particle, because I often speak that I exist in you as a wave, but I exist here also as a particle. And so we all exist as both. That's beautiful how you described it. And for me, I think if you also use the word spiritual bypassing, when spirituality is not a way to get out of life, but to get deeper into life and to become more and more present in life, I think then it's amazing as a healing resource or power. And I would also describe and I'm curious how you look at it, that I think that we as human beings, I often describe us as like we are a question that life has through us. And that there are millions of years of concentrated life in our bodies. Because many people think, okay, I'm 30, 50, or 70. And I would say, yes, that's true, but only partly, because our bodies are also the accumulation of all the lifetimes that lived up to this moment to have these conversations. All our ancestors are having this conversation too. And often we feel, and I think through trauma, we often feel separate from this interdependence or interconnectedness in all directions, and so that that all that our ancestors achieved, that sits in our genetic code, in our bodies, and in our existence, plus the spark of light that comes through spirit to us, animates our life. So, and I often say that we are like the lovemaking of the future with the past in this present moment. Like all that happened until now, and we can contribute one step more to the world. But that also, and that's why I love your humility, because I think when we are humble, we can be constant students of life. Like we can constantly learn and learn from. I also have the experience that every session, every group, everything that I do teaches me a little bit more about the puzzle piece of life. So I feel very resonant with the way you describe your experience. And so I think this 4 years of meditating wasn't always easy, but was very important in my life to open many things in my being that are part of how I live and how I serve the world today. So that was my story.
Can I go back to the decision to do the 4-year retreat?
Yeah.
So did that come out of the blue, or did you get a message somehow to do it, or how would you describe that?
Yeah, I would describe this as a continuity. I was like, as a child already very much connected to God, but I couldn't find this in the Catholic Church around me. I didn't feel, and I didn't meet any mentor that could meet me there. When I was 19, I started to meditate every day. And then when I was 26, like there was, like, as you said, there was like a calling. I felt and it got stronger and stronger. And then I felt, now I need to do that. It was very clear. And I felt the same clarity throughout the 4 years, like as a guidance. So when I look back, I could see like all the things that arose in me were actually like a guidance through the meditation practice. Like as if something from inside had guided me through this time. And it was amazing. It wasn't always easy, because I think you meet many things, including collective dimensions, but it taught me a lot. And you can imagine that my family wasn't very happy about my decision at first. But then I always said, I'm studying in a different way, and I need this time to let something ripen inside. And that was also how it was then.
Yeah, I asked because you said something inside impelled you to do it, and you know, kicking and screaming, I came to recognize that there exist what we came to call guides. A lot of other systems call them guides, but they insist they're not coming from within; they're coming from outside. And as I've gotten to know mine, they've made it clear that I'm just channeling their wisdom. This is not something coming out of my little brain. And that actually was a big relief when I learned it, because I didn't have to be so personally attached to the model, and I could just be more not attached about it.
Mm. That's a beautiful way. Like I maybe use a few different words, but to describe a similar thing, because what I hear you say is that IFS lives you.
Yeah.
That's a different way than many people think, oh, I'm doing this and
Right.
I'm developing this. And, there's a lot of I involved.
Right.
But I think that wisdom and also leadership is being connected to the future that's emerging, that actually chooses us to come through us. Mm-hmm. And I think the more we feel into what's actually choosing us, then it's less what am I doing and more what am I allowing. Mm-hmm. And when I listen to you, I hear that you also allow something to formulate itself through you.
Yeah, and that, I think we share this goal that our practices, my practice anyway, of IFS, is really designed to open more space for that kind of wisdom to enter, not just me, but the humanity, because we really need it now. And the more people unburden, it's the parts and their burdens really keep us from connecting with that. and the traumas, like you say. And as we unburden and these parts start to feel better and return to their naturally valuable states, then all that has much more access to us. And so that's part of my goal, is to open and open and open, so more we can get more help, actually.
Mm. Yeah, I feel the same. And to me, it looks like as if there's when light, which is conscious awareness. I see life in two different forms of light. Light conscious awareness is how I feel myself, how I feel you, how I feel the world, is that which I am aware of in the world. And then there is another dimension, which is potentiality. That's what we listen to when we make space for it. Like that's what we listen to. And I think, as you do, when there is trauma, or at least maybe there are two different forms. One side of trauma is that it shuts down a part of our nervous system that cannot consciously participate in that flow of information that runs through us, that fluidity. And so we feel a bit dissociated from this spiritual source. But then I have seen another form, and I'm curious how you look at it, that sometimes for children that go through very difficult family situations, actually spirit becomes the only anchor. So then there is a kind of an over attachment to spirit as the power that saves me. But then it's very hard to embody oneself because we shut down energy in the body, but we actually stay very much connected to spirit. And so I'm curious how you experience that. But there are, I think, two forms of how trauma can, and maybe there are many forms, but these two seem very opposite.
I totally agree. And as you know, during trauma, as you say, people leave their bodies and sometimes go to these higher realms and feel the bliss, and then can return to some degree. But it's like you're saying, it's harder to get fully back into your body, and you want to stay in those realms, which is basically what I was doing with TM. It was really because I would come back, but I just liked staying up there.
Mm-hmm.
And avoiding my exile, so I didn't have to feel all the pain and everything that I was carrying. So, you know, there is that danger, and I think both of us are trying to help people. So for me, it's good to feel that. It's good to know that's really who we are, and we're still connected to everything. But then bring that back into the body, and bring that back into the world, and into your interactions in the day, and your relationships with other people. And rather than trying to stay all the time in that place.
Right. No, I agree. I see it the same. And also I think it adds to the fact that we see that like being in this world is suffering, and it is suffering when we are hurt, but also this creates like a disconnect from nature, because I believe our body is nature, and not is on the planet, but is the planet. My body is the planet. And so when we stay in these upper realms, which can be sometimes blissful, we actually cannot bring that light into the planet for the development and the growth of the planet. And so it keeps also like a duality going between humans and nature. And I think climate change is an effect of that we feel like a bit separate and not as part of a bigger biosphere. And I'm wondering how you look at that, because that's also part of our spirituality. And I think a lot of indigenous traditions, or even mystical traditions, very much kind of feel the connectedness to ground and to earth and to the biosphere that we are living in. And maybe you can comment on that a bit.
Just very much agree that a lot of people who've been traumatized want to care less about this place. They want to care less about people, and they want to care less about this planet and being here. And they can use spirituality to try and do that, and that once their self comes back into their body, not only do they care suddenly more for their parts, but they suddenly, all those C words apply to their relationship and to their relationship to the earth, and they start to become much more active in the outside world to try and heal all that. And so that's another goal for me, is not just helping people heal individually, because that's good, but as they do that and they access more self, they have the clarity to see injustice and imbalance and that they couldn't even see before in the outside world. And then they have the courage, I'm going through the C words, they have the courage to act, to change it, and the confidence to do it, and so on. And so, as you're saying, unless you can really embody, or the more we can all embody, the more we're going to be able to try and, it's almost past the 11th hour, but there's still a little time, I think, try and change, get off the course that we're headed toward.
And I want to speak to two things when I listen to you. One is that when you're saying, okay, like I feel guided to, in a way, download IFS, what I hear also is that being open to our spiritual resources is not just an experience of light or something, it's information. And I like the word information. It's in and form. It's something that comes into a form. So in the spiritual traditions, we say information is like energy coming into form. So human beings are from energy to matter, to this world. And so when I hear you, then I hear, oh, the world is actually being enlarged because the information that you bring creates something new in the world that helps many people. So it's not just an experience, it's also enriching the world and making the world bigger, like bigger possibilities. And I think that's really amazing that when we listen more to it, we see that the planet is not a finite form, but actually a form that can constantly grow. As we grow, we are not just sitting in a finite stuck system, but the system is actually evolving through us and with us and including us. So I'm wondering how you look at this, that the spiritual dimension is enriching the world. It's not just a spiritual experience. It has an agency here in this world.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I was trying to say in more eloquent wording. But that's become clear. That's kind of been my guidance lately is, it's great that IFS is very popular in psychotherapy now, but it's time to bring it to larger systems and to bring self to leaders in the world, so that, because it's all contagious, hearts are contagious, protectors are contagious, and that's why people are at war and they're objectifying each other. But self is also contagious, such that if we can bring more of this collective's energy that you've been so good at helping to or finding ways to do, then that'll ripple far wider than the people that we're actually working with directly. So that's, part of the vision. I think we share that vision.
Very much so. And that's why I'm such a kind of voice for speaking to collective trauma in the world, because I think if we collectively can awaken to the fact that there is enormous systemic trauma between us that we normalized because we were born into it, then we actually start to create an awareness that can help us to liquefy the tremendous amount of permafrost that is stored in our world. And I also very much agree that we as, therapists, facilitators, healers, however we see ourselves, like the energy of self, as you call it, or the inner connection is tremendously important, I think, in the healing process. And as you said, it's contagious, and presence is contagious. So that's very powerful. And I often say presence is seeing. So when we are present, we're also much more clear with what's actually happening in the process. It's not a trial and error. It's more precise in the moment. And I think that precision is love. When we can connect the most universal to the most specific, I think then, like the higher states to the most specific in life, that's love. And maybe we can speak a little bit about the collective dimension, and then later on you thought maybe to do a practice to guide us a little bit to connect to a deeper dimension. I want to share with you one experience in working with a lot of collective trauma processes with large groups, and maybe you can comment how that appears in your work. But so when we talk about our individual spirituality, there are deeper states we can tap into that can give us more access, how you describe, to connectedness and maybe also non-dual states. And in when we, for example, worked with Jewish participants and Nazi descendants and maybe descendants of Holocaust survivors in the same room, I often experience that from a certain stage of process in large groups, there was like an emergence of a much deeper collective presence. So from it being many people in a room, it emerged into like being a collective presence. And sometimes you could really hear a pin drop in the room because we were all kind of plugged into something much bigger, like as if the collective witness has emerged. And often the collectives are more fragmented and people are, have different opinions. But there are moments when we emerge actually into a higher state as a collective. And recently I talked with Otto Scharmer from MIT. I'm sure you heard, and he told me about the similar experience in a process that he had. So, and I'm curious how this shows up in groups that you lead, that there is something collective, like a collective transcendence emerging. So curious how you relate.
Yeah, I totally agree. I find that's partly why I like doing groups, because there is a point, you can almost feel it during the week if I'm doing a retreat, where that collective self shows up and everybody feels that level of connectedness with each other and the safety of that. It's a very safe feeling. And the degree to which you can be vulnerable and you trust that you can do that without any fear of being judged or attacked or anything. And then it just starts to snowball and becomes more and more. And that collective witness is a good word for it. That collective self makes each person's work that much deeper. It just facilitates. Just like when self shows up in the inner world, the parts start to heal spontaneously. Same thing happens at a group level with people. So that's again why I keep doing these kind of group retreats and things like that, and why I share your interest in doing it around collective legacy unburdenings, because I do think, and I really admire how you were able to bring the descendants of Nazis together with descendants of Holocaust survivors that way. I mean, that would be really amazing to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I agree with what you said. Is like in this, and whenever that emerges, I have the feeling that, or many therapists that work with us also say this, that in 10 minutes, you can have the process happen that usually takes a few sessions, and you have it in a very short time because the energy is so high in the room that everything becomes more fluid, it becomes more open. And that's also what the mystical traditions say. The more we elevate our consciousness, processes and data flows much faster, and the intelligence is much more free. So also healing happens much faster. And I think that kind of collective process work is part of our future. I think you sense that too. And I also sense that, and that's, I think, what also attracts us to each other, that we feel that the collective healing work is actually the next step of larger impact and the acceleration of healing on the planet. I'm wondering how you think about that.
No, I totally agree. I'm just coming from this big psychedelics conference in Denver where I presented, and that's part of my interest in psychedelics now too, because what you're talking about, the collective self, you could feel in this whole group of 12,000 people. And also, the psychedelic medicines seem to enhance that. They seem to add to, they call it ego death, which I think is a stupid term because the ego is just a collection of little manager parts and they don't want to die.
That's right. I agree.
Somehow they go to sleep, they go offline. And when they all go offline, and that happens without the medicine like in this group, the demos I've done are really helped by how much self energy is present in this group now too. But the medicine seems to enhance that. So the managers sort of go offline, and then there's a huge amount of self in the group as well as in the individual. And then that's a big invitation for these exiled parts to come in and get attention that they couldn't get when all these protectors were surrounding the person. And like you said, in 10 minutes, you can do a huge amount of work. So yeah, it's all kind of tied together for me.
Mm-hmm.
And the psychedelics also take you into that non-dual place. And so that when you come back, you know that you aren't just an individual. So all that for me is why I've been interested in that world too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have first of all, I think that psychedelics take us into like a subtle connectedness. I think I would differentiate this from like a non-dual state. I don't know, that's something maybe we can talk about more. But it takes us into this deep opening. Maybe that's what you mean. And but I'm curious how you look at this, because I think if psychedelics are connected to like a really good therapist or to somebody that can really guide the process, then it's something else than when people are basically with themselves only. And I'm not sure that that's always the highest potential of the situation. But I think if it's guided and there is like a lot of awareness in the room, maybe then it's a bit different. I'm sure that's what you're talking about.
Totally agree, and that's part of what I was doing at this conference, was trying to make the point that the psychedelic medicine itself is okay. It's good to have that trip, but it's just opening a portal for a lot of healing that doesn't happen unless there's somebody helping with that, unless there's a therapist or a guide, and that should just be one starting point in a long journey of healing. For me, Michael Pollan and a lot of other people have put it all on the medicine itself as the healing agent. And I think that's a big mistake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also think that sometimes, because I think with the right guidance, because the energy, the trauma energy that is stored in the body needs to, at least in my understanding of healing, needs to be reintegrated for the body to really feel a relief. And usually we are not aware where that sits. We are just aware, as you said, of the protectors or of the stagnations and the symptoms that creates. And I think it needs a real release, so that the energy can be integrated, so that the experience can be integrated into self. And I think that's because otherwise we might also have experiences that float on top of that, or maybe even rewrite. I'm curious about how often psychedelics rewrite the tracer in us, so that we feel better, but it actually doesn't take care of the energy that's stored in the body. And or it's more guided and more precise, and then it really helps us to use this fluidity to integrate information. I think these are very important conversations. I'm sure that they are also happening.
Yeah, I love talking. I think we agree about all of it, so it's great.
Mm-hmm.
To learn more about Richard and his work, please visit ifs-institute.com. Oleksandra Matvichuk is a human rights activist and civil society leader based in Ukraine. She heads the Center for Civil Liberties, which was awarded the 2022 Nobel Peace Prize, and has been individually honored with the Right Livelihood Award and named an International Woman of Courage, as well as one of BBC's 100 Women in 2022, for her dedication to democratic reforms and upholding human rights in Ukraine.
Thank you so much for joining us today for this conversation. My name is Kosha Jaber. I work as the CEO of the Pocket Project and am one of the hosts of the summit. And it is a great honor for me to be here today with Oleksandra Matvichuk. Welcome, Oleksandra.
Thank you for invitation.
Oleksandra, we'll start with a very big and at the same time simple question. Who are you? Where do you come from? And what motivates you?
I am a human rights lawyer. I am a woman and I am a human being. Probably this how I describe myself. As a lawyer, I have been applying the law to defend people and human dignity for many years. But at present, I, as other Ukrainian human rights colleagues, found ourselves in a situation when the law doesn't work. Russian troops deliberately shelling residential buildings, schools, churches, museums, and hospitals. They are taking evacuation corridors. They torturing people in the filtration camps. They forcibly taking Ukrainian children to Russia. They are abducting, robbing, raping, and killing civilians in the occupied territories. So we document all these crimes and work with people affected by the war directly in order that sooner or later, all Russians who committed this crime by their own hands, as well as Putin and top political leadership and high military command of the Russian state, will be brought accountable.
Yeah, I can only imagine the amount of processing of what you're just sharing with us, the facts, which I know you and your NGO are documenting, your institute. But I can just imagine, I can only imagine what it means to be exposed to this information and work with this information on a daily basis. Could you just share a few more sentences about how you manage to keep your balance yourself as a woman while doing this crucial work?
It's not easy answer. Frankly speaking, I still looking for the proper words to describe what does it mean to live and to work during the large-scale war. Because to live during the large-scale war means that everything which you call normal life was ruined in 1 second. Possibility to go to work, to meet with your friends in cafe, to hug your beloved ones, to have family dinner, everything disappeared and crushed in thousands and thousands of pieces. To live during the large-scale war means also to live in total uncertainty. You can't plan not just your day, you can't plan your next several hours because you have never idea when the next Russian attack started. To live during the large-scale war also means to live in constant worry about your beloved ones, because there is no safe place anymore in Ukraine where you can hide from Russian rockets. And it's very difficult also from professional point of view. When large-scale war started, we united our efforts with dozens of regional organizations, and we create national network of local documentator. We have an ambitious goal to document each criminal episode which was committed in the smallest settlements in each oblast in Ukraine. We send mobile groups to work to the occupied territories. We collect open data with a further verification. We gather testimonies of victims and witnesses of the war crimes. We are able, if something happened, for example, Russian rocket deliberately hit residential buildings, to send our local documentators to make their own photos, videos, to speak with people on the ground and to document what's going on. So working together, only for these 2 years of large-scale war, we jointly documented more than 70,000 episodes of war crimes, which means that we face not just with enormous amount of war crimes, but with enormous scale of human pain. Because to be honest, we are documenting not just violations of Geneva and Hague Conventions, we are documenting human pain.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I can feel it as you speak, how big it is and how much would need to happen to bring justice and especially healing to the people involved. It's a huge work. So it is said that in a well-designed problem lies the solution. What do you see as the most crucial challenge facing humanity and maybe especially your people, Ukrainians, today?
It's a good question. I have no idea how historians in future will call this historical period. The world order, which is based on UN Charter and international law, is collapsing before our eyes. This UN system of peace and security was established in past century after the Second World War and provided for some countries irrational indulgences. And now it's not appropriate anymore. The work of Security Council is paralyzed. The whole UN architecture is just stalling and reproducing ritualistic movements. It can't protect people against authoritarianism and the wars. And I think that the main question in 21st century is, again, how we people who live in 21st century will defend human beings, their lives, their freedom, and their human dignity. Can we rely on the law, or does just brutal force matter? And the answer to this question is important not just for people in Ukraine, in Syria, in Myanmar, in Iran, in Sudan, or Nicaragua. The answer to this question will define our common future. Because if we will not join efforts and will not stop the evil, it means that such kind of fires will emerge more and more often in different parts of the globe because the whole international wiring is faulty and sparks are everywhere.
Yes, and it's very touching to hear you speak so clearly to these contexts, and especially the fact that the United Nations were born from the dream to create permanent peace after the Second World War and have at the same time created structures that are now part of not being able to stop the next cycle of wars. And there's a sadness, I think, not just in you and me, but in many of us as we think of this and acknowledge this. And as you speak about, in a way, the capacity of people or the need for people to stand up and protect each other, we also see how challenging that is. The subtitle of the World Women's Summit is Collective Care in Times of Crisis. How can we create a culture of radical care?
That's a apply to our own experience. Because when large-scale war started, not just Putin, but also our international partners were confident that Ukraine has no potential to resist because Russia is so enormous opposing power. Russia was 11th economy in the world. Russia has a much bigger military potential, nuclear weapons, a much bigger population. And we all was witness how even international organizations evacuated their personnel. But ordinary people remained. And ordinary people started to do extraordinary things. It were ordinary people who took people out from the ruined cities. It were ordinary people who helped to survive under artillery's fire. It were ordinary people who rescued people trapped into the rubble of residential buildings. It were ordinary people who brought through the encirclement to provide humanitarian aid. Ordinary people started to do extraordinary things. And very soon it became obvious that ordinary people fighting for their freedom and for human dignity is much more powerful than the second army in the world. And what is important to know, that despite everything, this story of Ukraine is a life-affirming story because dramatic time provide us hope. Because dramatic times also provide us a chance to become better than we are, to express our best human features, to be courageous, to fight for freedom, to make difficult but right choices, and to help each other. Because only when we help each other, we are acutely aware what does it mean to be a human. Let me finish with one personal story. I have a colleague, and when large-scale war started, her brother returned to Ukraine. He had a successful career in Germany, but he couldn't stay indifferent. So he returned to Ukraine and he started to organize evacuation of civilians under Russian fire because Russians didn't allow even for International Committee of Red Cross to open a green corridor. So he risked his life to save other people whom they have never met before. And he was severely injured. He lost his legs. And when my colleagues told me the story, she was very honest. She said that, I wish my brother had never returned to Ukraine because as a sister, I'm worried about his life and his health. But you know what? One people whom he saved was a small boy. His name is Dmitry. And this small boy, every day, when your brother were in hospital, sent to him letter of courage and gratefulness for saving him and his family lives. And she told that despite everything, I'm proud of my brother, that he managed to save Dmitry and his family.
Yeah, I notice my heart trying to stretch itself to be able to truly feel the depth of the story that you are sharing. And it's stretching me. So thank you for this. Yeah, I wonder, if you hear about the suffering and you see the suffering close up in the documentation that you work with, and you gather these stories, is there a practice or a way that you and your teams work that helps you to stay resilient? And I know this is similar to a question I asked before, but I want to bring it again and in a way ask, how do you concretely stay sane on a daily level? Well, because, you know, as I hear you speak, I hear both the ability to stay crystal clear and meet what is in front of you, but also to keep your heart open and soft. And I think that very few people are able to do that.
It's not an easy question because first and foremost, we are all human beings. And I have a huge empathy to people. It's very difficult for me to accept this new normality when millions of people in Ukraine are suffering from deliberate Russian policy, because Russia uses war crimes as the methods of warfare. Russia deliberately attempts to break people's resistance and occupy my country with a tool which I call the immense pain on civilians. And sometimes, frankly speaking, you have an impression that this pain is burning you out. So it's very obvious that me and my colleagues, we are always up and down. And I have Ukrainian friend, she's Ukrainian writer, and she told me once that when we are down, we are not down. We are in emotional trenches. We are here in order to retreat, to regroup, to recharge our batteries, and to go to fight for justice again. And there is two things which help me to keep going. First, I have a strong belief that all our efforts matter. Even when you face with enormous power, you have to continue your fight for freedom and for human dignity, honestly. Even if you have no other instruments but just your own words and your own position, it's not so little. Even if you don't see the result in short-term future, it will be inevitable in long-term perspective, because all human efforts have sense. And during Revolution of Dignity, Ukrainian artists make a beautiful visualization of this. They painted drop. And the title of this painting was, "I'm drop in the ocean," which means that we are all human beings. Our efforts are modest, but together we are ocean. And without our individual efforts, nothing will be changed. And second thing, which has helped me to keep going, is example of other people. Because now in Ukraine, we have a huge wave of solidarity. Enormous amount of people become active. Even those who have never had any civil experience or civil participation before. And I would use this opportunity also to highlight the role of women in this war, because I know enormous amount of fantastic women in different fields of society. Ukrainian women joined Ukraine armed forces. Ukrainian women document war crimes. Ukrainian women take important political decisions. Ukrainian women coordinate civil initiatives. Women are in the far front of this battle for freedom and for democracy, because bravery has no gender. And through this gender perspective, it's become very visible that this is not just a war between two states. This is a war between two systems, authoritarianism and democracy. Because while in Ukraine, women can perform any role she wants, in Russia, women can perform only a assigned role for her in family and society. And this is a basis for authoritarian regime. because in a way, how people treat each other in society always reflects the society's idea what government can do toward its own people. In this way, the private became political. And that is why in Norway, men and women have equal rights. In Afghanistan, women are prohibited to study in school. In Iran, women are jailed only for their struggle for their human dignity. And in Russia, domestic violence was decriminalized because once again, it's always just a projection how government behave toward its own people. And we Ukrainian women in this war, we also fighting for our daughters. We want that our daughters will have never face a situation when they have to convince someone that they are also a human being.
Thank you, Alexandra. So as you speak about the incredible contribution of women in Ukraine at this point, and the way that human freedom and the freedom of women is intertwined, one and the same thing, that human dignity and the dignity of women is one of the same thing. And, you know, I feel very touched when I hear you say that domestic violence has been decriminalized in Russia. If you had your way, what would you change to nurture feminine energy, irrespective of gender, in today's world? What do you feel is important about feminine energy? And what would you like us to do? What would you like to implement yourself to support feminine energy to flower, to flourish?
Probably I will mention two components. First, we have to educate society, because in order to have the real gender equality, it's not enough to adopt qualities laws and to create formal institutions. Values of society always prevail. Values of society provide energy for laws and institutions to work in a proper way. So we have to educate our societies that women have the same rights as men. It's very simple, but we still see a lot of patterns of behavior which broke this simple truth. And second thing, we need more women's solidarity. Women have to support women. Women have to support women regardless of national borders. Now, my colleagues and friends, Iranian women, are fighting for their human dignity. And their fight, it's our fight. Our destiny depends on the result of the fight of Iranian women. So we have to support the women fight for freedom and for human dignity in different countries of the world. Because only spread of freedom make our world safer.
Yes, thank you. And, you know, that brings me also to the next question. You already spoke about how each one of us has our role to play, our contribution to give, that each of us is a drop that matters in the ocean of humanity. And, you know, we're speaking a lot about how can we empower and grow a global healing movement that not just disables future wars to take place, but also heals the wounds that are inflicted, the pain that is inflicted quickly, to prepare the ground for post-traumatic growth, for a future. And as part of that healing movement, you speak of solidarity, the need for solidarity. So I'll say one thing more. In 2022, your institute received the Nobel Peace Prize, and you were named as one of the 25 most influential women in the world by the Financial Times. So in this sphere of influencing also, what is it that you would most love to see from the world in solidarity of your people? And also, how have you been able to use your influence to bring support to Ukraine?
Let me respond to this question with telling one story. This is a story of 69-year-old civilian Alexander Shelipov. He was killed by a Russian soldier near his own house. He was unarmed. This tragedy received a huge media coverage only because this was the first court trial after the large-scale war started. In this court trial, his wife, Katerina, told that your husband was an ordinary farmer, but he was her whole universe. And now she lost everything in her life. This is a huge meaning of justice, because only justice can return people their names. When war started to transfer people into the numbers, only justice can return people their human dignity. And that is why I'm trying hard to reach justice, because we have to ensure chance for justice to all people affected by this war, regardless who they are, their social position, the types of crime they endured, and whether or not media or international organizations are interested in their cases. We have to provide justice for ordinary farmers, because all human life matters. And we have to convert this principle into policy. And I do believe that now we have a huge chance to succeed. And this will provide a global change of approach to war crime justice in the world, which means that it's important not just for Ukrainians. What do I mean? Before, it was taken like said normal that when you have wars or other human rights crises, the majority of people will have no chance for justice because of the enormous amount of human rights violations. But now I can challenge this norm, because as a humankind, we're technically equipped. Now we have digital instruments which provide us an opportunity for individual tracking to each individual stories. We have digital instruments to collect evidence, to restore what happens, to identify perpetrators, which we can't even dream 30 years ago, for example, during Balkans War. So now it's possible, technically possible, to provide chance for justice for each people who suffered. And that is why, when large-scale war started, my colleague, Syrian human rights defender, sent me a letter, and they wrote to me that we are with you in this solidarity. Your fight, it's our fight. Please tell us, what do you need to succeed in your fight for justice? Because you are fighting not just for yourself.
Yes, and what you say is that it needs justice for the restoration of human dignity is such a clear foundation for any of the healing work that we do. And your dream that this is the contribution that we can bring in these modern times to truly change the course of history, to bring justice to ordinary people. And I'm just thinking of all the places in the world at the moment where the poverty is so high or the situation is so painful, like right now in Gaza, but also in other places like Sudan, where these tools are not yet available, and thinking of how much harder it is to provide systems of justice for these places. So, yeah, just I think in many of us, these thoughts are coming up as we're listening to you, and also the gratitude for the work that you do with your institute. Yeah, so with that, we're coming to the end of our short conversation. And I wonder whether there's anything that you would like to leave our audience with, a thought, something that feels important to your heart at this time.
I'm very grateful for this conversation, and probably I will use this moment to express my sincere gratitude to all people in different countries of the world who help people in Ukraine in this dramatic time of our history. So important to know that we are not alone. We are so grateful for your solidarity. And I know from my own experience as a human rights lawyer that when you can't rely on the legal instruments, you can still rely on people. Because people have a much great impact that they can even imagine. The voice of millions of people in different countries of the world can change the world history quicker than the UN intervention. And we have to use our voice because there are so many things which have no limitation in national border. Human pain is one of these things, as well as human solidarity.
Yeah, Alexandra, so the Pocket Project has been working for the past 2 years to bring trauma relief to Ukrainians and to bring tools for psychosocial grounding, stress integration on a daily basis, but also to bring therapeutic support for people who are needing to survive in such an incredibly high stress situation, as you said, with concern for family members, with never knowing when the next attack will come, watching family members be wounded deeply on the front lines, and just the constant pain and stress that brings to the body. So, yeah, I wonder how you feel that this can be supportive, but also how this can be integrated more fully into the preparation of post-war growth for Ukraine.
Now we are in a situation when millions of people in Ukraine are suffering, which means that we can't provide for each person his or her individual psychologist. We can't ensure for each person individual therapy. The needs are much higher that we can to cover individually. This means that we also have to work on two other directions. First, to share knowledge and awareness how to help yourself. What do I mean? How to feel your body, how to feel your cycle, how to use a very simple practice with breath or with other kind of things to calm you down. How to prevent the bad impact to your health. Prevention, knowledge, and basic skills how to work with your cycle is very needed. And second, we have to invent some collective things and patterns which can become a part of our culture, society, probably some family rituals or some joint actions, which provide opportunity for society to transfer pain into the energy which enabling life, something which we can do jointly, like some artistics or other kind of actions. And I think that in future we will invent it.
Yeah, and also we are working very consciously with methods of group conversations to bring more resilience, but also preparing. So we work with collective trauma integration processes, which are more large scale, where some of the wounds can be spoken out, but also integrated and brought together with a deep resourcing that lies in Ukrainian culture. So we are working with a circle of Ukrainian therapists and psychiatrists to develop these approaches. And this summer we are offering applied trauma-informed leadership training, which will be translated to Ukrainian for Ukrainian leaders. So maybe
Thank you for this efforts.
yeah, and maybe as we come closer to that, I would love to also send an invitation to your teams for anyone who's interested to freely participate in these offerings.
Dr. Gabor Mate, a retired physician, is an internationally best-selling author of 5 books published in nearly 40 languages, including the award-winning In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, and his latest, The Myth of Normal. He is the recipient of his country's highest civilian honor, the Order of Canada, for his groundbreaking medical work and writing on addiction, trauma, childhood development, and the relationship between stress and illness.
Before we're impelled to shed those ideas that our intelligence gave us to survive in childhood, we have to suffer. And so Aeschylus, the Greek playwright, in his play Agamemnon, the chorus says that God's created us so that we have to suffer into the truth. So something has to happen to wake us up. And this is where, as a physician, I see this. Illness happens, addiction happens, some mental breakdown happens. And that tells us, oh, well, this isn't, our belief system isn't working for us anymore. So first of all, there has to be an impetus. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Now, some people, maybe, I never met any, but we'll have some magnificent spiritual, unitary enlightenment experience. All of a sudden, they're just awake. But I don't know of any, and I've never heard of any. You know, the Buddha had to go through intense suffering before he was in enlightenment. And, you know, it never occurred to me, but reading a book called The Trauma of Everyday Life by a Buddhist psychologist, the Buddha suffered. He lost his mother when he was a week old. He had a major trauma. So he was very engaged with the question of suffering, and it's the issue of suffering that led him to his enlightenment experience. So the first thing is, to answer your question, is that when something happens, we need to have the intelligence to see it as a wake-up call. Whether that comes in the form of a divorce or a relationship problem, or your child not doing well, or you having anxiety, or developing a disease of some kind. Do we have the intelligence to say, okay, this is a sign. There's something here I need to learn. Not that I recommend that way of learning. I'm just saying that's how it happens. And then we have to have the curiosity. And so I teach this method called compassionate inquiry, which is all about inquiring, like everything. So when you talk about how people, and Dick Schwartz talks about this, how people reject parts of themselves. You know, they don't like certain parts of themselves. Well, my method is always, well, just be curious about it. So if I find myself suspicious all the time, am I willing to be curious about that suspicion? What am I believing about myself and the world? So I'm laying this out stepwise fashion. There's got to be that wake-up call, which is usually entails some degree of suffering. And then there's got to be the curiosity of what's going on. And that curiosity needs to be permanent and infinite, because as brilliantly enlightened as you and I am sure both are, at least if I could speak of myself, stuff still happens every day in my personal life where I'm caught, where I'm caught in that past, as you say, and I have to be curious about it. Oh, okay, what happened here? So when I talk about compassionate curiosity, I'm talking about having compassion for everything, including everything that doesn't work for us, including the behaviors and attitudes in us that trouble us. Be compassionate towards them, because, again, to go back to what you said, they did reflect at some point our survival intelligence. And the question is to be curious about them now. So suffering, curiosity, and compassion. Those, I think, are the three bases of moving forward.
Yeah, beautiful. I love it. I love it. And also like how to create a positive attention towards that which seems dysfunctional, and get myself more attuned to it. And then maybe you can, so that's what I can do as an individual. And then what's the role of human relation? Like what's the role of the interpersonal biology in that? So how can we extend it into dyadic relations and groups? Like how do you see communities playing a role as a healing container or a healing vessel or power, part of the self-healing mechanism of life?
Yeah. Well, so look at what you're doing here with this summit. You're basically creating, at least temporarily, a tribe of people engaged in some collective, connected inquiry into something that really matters to them. Now, paradoxically, this amazing technology and this collective that's being brought together here, it takes us back to our origins as human beings. Because for as long as our species have been on this earth, which is about 150, 200,000 years, as I think people have made the point, and you're probably very aware of it, for most of that time, we lived in really close connected communities, small band hunter-gatherer groups, where children were parented by the group, everything was collective. And so there was never a question of how do we make something social. Everything was social. It's the only way they could have survived. And so now the problem for us is how to create these communities and these collectives in a society that gives us all the technology to connect, but which technology is most of the time used to separate us. And everybody's sitting there on their own, and Facebooking and all, whatever they're doing. And furthermore, how should I say this? On a neurobiological level, we're actually wired to connect. We have these mirror neurons which let us know the experience of other people and to resonate with them. Human beings are not unique in this. Mammals in general are capable of that. Group mammals are capable of that. So we're kind of wired for empathy. In rat experiments, in laboratories, rats will often behave empathetically rather than selfishly. They're just wired that way. They'll free another rat from being confined and share their chocolate with them rather than have it all on their own. Amazing, when you call somebody a dirty rat, you better be careful because you're slandering the rat, So we're wired that way. But we live in a culture that gives us a very opposite message. Especially in the last 40 years or so, we increasingly live in a culture of separation and alienation, and a culture that tells us that you're on your own, and it's everybody against everybody else, and it's all about individual gain. It's all about the me. It's all about the self. So our basic wiring is being overridden by a cultural wiring that goes against our natural tendency towards empathy and connection. So yes, we have to work hard in our relationships, in our personal relationships, to overcome not only our past-based programming and our trauma, but to also overcome to resist the cultural programming that would override our natural empathetic inclinations. And when you look at, well, because of the writing I'm doing, I'm looking at politics right now, and that's a chapter I'm working on. So if you look at right-wing people, or people who are very fearful and aggressive and so on in their group dynamics, they tend to have, on studies, they tend to have what's called a negative bias. They tend to look for what's wrong and for what's fearful and what's scary. Now, what's interesting is when you do brain scans on such people, their amygdala is larger. The amygdala is the brain's fear center. And these people have actually larger amygdala. Why? Because clearly something happened in childhood that supported the hypertrophy of this fear center, which then influences their interpretation of events on a macro, political, and social level. So, and in general, it's children who've had reasonably good attachments, who are able to have empathy for the vulnerable, who are able to have caring for what happens in the world, rather than a fearful defensive response. Which also means that on the political level, when so-called progressive people denounce and attack and kind of demean people on the other side, what are they doing? They're reinforcing the trauma that these people originally had.
Right.
So that empathy, which is so difficult to have empathy for one's opponents, it's difficult. I find it difficult. I'm sure you find it difficult. You know, we all do. But we have to watch even on that level.
I think that was a very powerful. I often say love is not there where we anyway feel loving towards each other, but love happens there where it makes a step into a territory which seems deprived of it.
Yes.
And I think that's what you said now is like that the practice of that radical compassion, where it comes with a sense of discomfort. That's the edge of expanding our world. That's where the conscious world grows and the unconscious world shrinks in a way. So our world gets literally bigger.
Yeah.
I think that's very powerful. And you spoke also very much to the collective dimension at the moment. And I think and I would love, because you also have a strong background in working with addiction. And I think where we see at the moment one playground where collective trauma shows itself very strongly is social media and the way technology is being used nowadays, and maybe also built, or not maybe also built. And or at least sometimes. And so when we look at, like, when trauma meets technology, and I think many kids, many teenagers, many grown-ups are kind of vulnerable where trauma meets technology. And since that's such a widespread issue, it's kind of another epidemic. So let's talk a bit about how you see the collective dimension of trauma and the collectivity of technology and our personal use, of course. How do you look at it, and where do you see dangers, benefits?
Well, so let me tell you another study that I looked at on climate change. So you would think that the more educated you are, the more learning you are, the more open you'd be to receiving the information on climate change. But there was a very interesting study that looked at climate deniers, their level of education. And if somebody was a climate denier, the more educated they were, the more articulate and entrenched they were in denying the climate. That is climate change happening. In other words, their education just gave them the tools to argue for what was basically an emotional position, probably based on reality denial in childhood. Now, to take that to your question about technology, so you would think that technology would, you can go on the internet and get any information you want. You know, or at least here's many different points of view. You can expose yourself to an infinite range of perspectives on any issue, whether it's economy or politics or national affairs or science or spirituality, but that's not what happens. Instead of people availing themselves to really explore, okay, what do other people think? And, oh yeah, what do I think about that? And what are different points of view? And people gravitate towards these bubbles where they hear their points of view reinforced. So the technology, instead of its potential of bringing us more together and allowing us to share and appreciate differences and alternatives, actually creates little tribes of people who reinforce each other's points of view, which gives them a sense of group belonging, which we all need, but which group belonging comes at the price of not seeing anything outside the bubble. And so it's very powerful to have hundreds of thousands of people agree with you. Doesn't matter how irrational your ideas are. If hundreds of thousands of people agree with you, you'll believe that you're very sane and you're very realistic. And so technology is in a sense neutral, but in a society where people are desperate to belong and desperate to have their ideas reinforced, the technology can actually work to separate us, to make us live in different realities, virtual realities, and to make us more hostile to other points of view. So again, awareness, consciousness, curiosity, you know.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Beautiful. And as you were speaking, I saw this, like that the technology in a way shows us in a very, and sometimes very painful ways, the fractures and the fragmentations, like the canyons within our society that usually are hidden to the regular eye. So that what we cannot see with regular eyes, what's happening in the unconscious or more unseen collective atmosphere, gets highlighted in a way through a technological brain, through an externalized network. We see the shade of that canyon, like the shadow image of that canyon will, I think, becomes highlighted, which on the one hand can be seen as, of course, very painful because it has painful side effects. But I think for us interested in the dimension of collective healing also, it shows us in a very obvious way how fragmentation works in our culture, and we have seen this in history over and over again. But I think it gets highlighted, as you said, and maybe there is also a chance in that. And Gabor, I know we're at the end of our time. I want to be mindful of your time. And are there any final words to the topic of collective trauma that you think are important for our listeners to hear?
Only that so much of the world, so much of what we see in the world makes sense if we look at it through the lens of trauma. So whatever other perspective you might want to bring to understanding a situation, social and political, is fine. But if you miss the trauma lens, you're not going to actually see what's going on fully, or in its full dimensions. So I think collective trauma is an essential dimension through which to view what's happening in our world, and of course also how to move towards some healing in the world.
It's amazing. I'm very happy you're doing the work you're doing. I feel deeply aligned with the message you bring and the work you bring and the being who you are in the world in your own unfolding. So I feel very close to you, and thank you for joining us and giving us the precious time.
Thank you, Thomas. It's a great pleasure to spend time with you again.
To learn more about Gabor and his work, please visit drgabormate.com. Dr. Muriel Bouquet is a psychologist, a world-renowned intergenerational trauma expert, and the author of the best-selling book Break the Cycle, A Guide to Healing Intergenerational Trauma. Her mission is to help reduce the recurrence of intergeneral ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, within communities of color. Her consultation and therapy practice, the Break the Cycle Trauma Center, addresses the needs of underserved communities via a holistic system of care focused on equity and prevention.
Welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. My name is Thomas Hübel. I'm the convener of the conference, and I'm delighted to be sitting here with Dr. Marielle Bouquet. Marielle, warm welcome. I'm happy to have you here with us.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you so much for having me.
So I think your work touches on something that I'm very passionate about, and I'm also always passionate about learning more and seeing different viewpoints, access points, how we work with generational trauma and the transmission of trauma from one generation to the next, the cycles. Your book, Breaking the Cycle, is talking about cycles. So I'm curious to learn a lot from you. And but before we start about the specifics, maybe you can tell me a bit, was there anything on your life path that clicked for you to go into the direction trauma work, generational trauma work? What's the motivation? I mean, what sources your passion? And I'm always curious, did something happen in your life? Was that very clear for a long time? How did you come to be passionate about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful question to kick us off. And a lot of us, in the field definitely have some sort of story within our lives that intersperses with the work. And that definitely was the case for me. Although I didn't really add the language of trauma until later on in my training when I was able to access that language. But I did come from a very impoverished background. In Dominican Republic, I lived there for a couple of years, and we lived in deep poverty, and the same within the US. And so there were a lot of elements of trauma that were interspersed with the experience of, economic deficit that I definitely had as a prominent experience in my life. But when I actually embarked upon my very first career, which was in advertising, I decided that I wanted to do something that felt more nourishing outside of work hours, which was volunteer back in my hometown of Newark, New Jersey. And there I actually started seeing that I could help in this way. And so I embarked upon my second career now of being a psychologist and going back into my own communities and helping in ways that can produce lasting effects. So that's kind of how I found my way into this work. It was really through volunteer work, through just understanding that there were a lot of connections between myself and the people that I was starting to serve, and really wanting to serve in this way for the long term.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's beautiful. It's also a beautiful way to describe how important sometimes like serving our society and volunteering is. It's really beautiful to hear that. Yeah. And so what changed your path to adapt more and more trauma and intergenerational generational trauma? What's the attraction there? How did you recognize that? Why is that important?
Well, I started seeing it in every single corner of my work. I used to work at and also train in a big hospital system in New York City. And we had a very diverse population that we served there, and predominantly individuals that were Spanish speaking at a specific area of the hospital. Within that time, I would actually be not just assigned my clients and start working with them and start doing clinical evaluations, but I would also hear some of the stories that we would share as clinicians in our clinical team meetings. And every single time, there were these stories that had these layers of trauma. And people would say, this person had endured domestic violence within their last relationship. They also noted that in their family, there have been multiple incidents and multiple people that have suffered the same fate, including a parent, a grandparent. And so, with all of that, especially being so prevalent and such a big marker in a person's history, I started wondering, like, why are we not calling out the elephant in the room? There's clearly something here that we are all, in essence, working with as clinicians. We are in the room with all of those layers of trauma with this human that's in front of us, but we're not necessarily calling out what exactly it is. And that's just step one. Step two is to really kind of address it, right? And find, sustainable healing through that experience for this person. But I set it out to be my mission to figure out how do we then work with the layers of trauma that are present and really help a person find true peace.
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful. First of all, I wholeheartedly agree. I think that expanding the map is so important. But what about the voice that says, listen, all these things that happened in the past generations are history. Let's look at our life and let's move on. Some people have this voice that say, okay, let's leave all of this behind us. That's what our ancestors dealt with. And let's find resilience in our life and let's look towards the future. It's a voice that we hear over and over again. So maybe how would you address this voice, or that this is a voice that comes up in certain times or circles or whatever parts of society. Like, how do you respond to this? Why is leaving that behind not a possibility? Or like, what, maybe you can respond to that voice for a moment.
Yeah, I think that voice in part is a voice that honors a more individualistic perspective on who we are as people and also how we heal. When we're talking about healing from the perspective of a more communal, but also interdependent and interconnected perspective, we're talking about healing that brings in the different elements of how the wounding took place, but also brings in the different elements of how healing can take place. And that means that the layers have to be there. I find that when we apply the layers, both on the introspection and like excavating and evaluation work, where we're trying to gather all the pieces, and when we're actually in the work doing the actual healing and repair, that it tends to provide a more profound experience that offers more sustainable healing versus us just focusing on the one person in the one lifetime, in the one experience that happened to them, and not really factoring in how much more there is to the story.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting when I listen to you, when you speak about these two different options, I can really feel in my body the difference of opening the space that we are part of a bigger context creates in my experience like much more space. So that's very interesting. When I listen to you, I feel suddenly more space opening. When you talk more about this individualistic worldview, it closes the space a bit. And I think that's a lovely, like how my body resonates with your words. I just want to make this a bit more explicit. And I will come back to that later. You used one word, interdependent. Can you, for all of us listening, can you maybe speak to that for some people that might not be so familiar with what interdependence means? What do you describe when you say interdependent?
Yes, interdependence is really the ways in which we, in a healthy way, rely upon each other for our collective existence, right? We rely upon each other for relational connection, for sometimes, logistical assistance, right? And that is why we are a collective of humanity. We work together, we engage in activities together, and all of that is synergy. All of that is how we go about life being human. We're not meant to be in isolation, and we're also not meant to be, or at the very least, it doesn't serve us entirely well to be entirely too dependent upon each other. And interdependence and the language is definitely one that derives from a very communal aspect of how we work well together in communities and villages. It offers us an opportunity to see how we can be in harmony with one another and work with one another and depend upon one another while also having our own level of independence. So that's it. I think, kind of a global way of looking at interdependence, and from the perspective of work that is healing centered, that interdependence really translates into how do we engage in an understanding of how healing can take place and relationships can be a part of that healing, versus extracting ourselves, distancing ourselves, making, creating and erecting walls and barriers that don't create the connection that we need in order for healing to find its depth.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Beautiful. When you speak about the process of generational trauma, so one could say, yeah, but how does that happen? Like, how does trauma from my grandparents that experienced the Second World War affect me? You know, what's the, like, how can I see or understand, however, feel the impact that my grandmother's or grandfather's trauma have on me? So, and how does this work? How does that trauma come through the generations to me? So if that's not clear to me or to us as listeners now, how can we, are there ways that trauma transmission can be described? How does this work? The trauma transmits itself through generations.
Yeah, you know, the ways in which we're currently conceptualizing intergenerational trauma, and this is especially so because it's one of the newer facets of not just our mental health, but also trauma that we're understanding with greater, depth, is that intergenerational trauma is the one type of trauma that is handed down our family line and is found at the intersection of our biology and our psychology. And it's very nature nurture in that way. So within our biology, we have greater understandings of the ways in which, from an epigenetic perspective, there are ways in which we have, at the very least, some sort of genetic messaging that is passed down from generation to generation and can, at the very least, create some sort of an emotional vulnerability or predisposition to stress that is sometimes overwhelming, or that can feel like trauma or develop into trauma-based symptoms. But how does that happen? Well, we have everything else, which is a part of the psychology or psychosocial experience that a person would go through throughout their lives. So once they, are birthed, they may be birthed to a parent that's still in that traumatized state. They are very vulnerable to the experience of misattunement. And it's very likely that their nervous system might program to not having consistent and sustainable and nurturing experiences in those early, very critical periods of life. And then fast forward to everything else that can happen in life. Sometimes children get bullied. Sometimes parental disputes happen in the home that can uproot a child's nervous system and make them feel really uneasy and program their nervous system in a way where it defaults to a threat response. Sometimes there can be things that happen within a relationship that a person might have where the relationship is tumultuous and harmful. And that can also, kind of tap into that vulnerability. And, other things like a global pandemic can happen that can, place a person in survival mode for an extended period of time, wondering if their lives are going to be spared. And so all of that is a part of the psychology that can then connect to that biological vulnerability and make it so that trauma could now be intergenerational. A parent that had those, kind of traumatic elements, their genetic encoding factoring in that trauma, them passing on that experience through genetic messaging and emotional vulnerabilities to their children, and then their children with their own experiences who then had trauma symptoms surface.
Mm. Yeah, that's beautiful. Thank you. That's a very beautiful description. Like, it resonates very much with me. And we just, in fact, finished like a 2-year epigenetic study on the reverse of that. So if people go through intense individual, ancestral, collective trauma healing, how does that affect the epigenetic expression? And so that's beautifully described. And I love how you described the interplay between the epigenetic messaging that you said, so something biological, nature, and then the social architecture, impact of the social architecture dynamic around a person. And that might, I think you also described beautifully why, for example, something like a pandemic or any kind of later life circumstances can activate something, also like a health issue or whatever in us that expresses itself then, when in fact before it wasn't there, it was dormant, and now it starts to express itself more actively through that kind of social environment dimension. So that's beautiful. And now, what to do about it? Like, what works? How do we take care of something that's so intangible on one way? It's not very, okay, it's this, it's my, I don't know, my father beat me. It's how, if I don't have any biographical knowledge that I remember when my father was angry and beat me, that it was really terrifying for me, or like I can connect my memory to that. How can I connect my memory to what my grandfather experienced in the Second World War, for example? So maybe you can speak a little bit. So how can we work with that dimension that sometimes feels like, how do I get there?
Oh, yes. Wow, this question is powerful. And the reason why I took on a holistic approach, not just because I was trained in it, and I was very fortunate to train for an extensive period of time and really see the changes happening. But when we are in traumatized states, we do have moments in which we, for the sake of survival, have a very biological or biologically driven disconnection from the experience or from ourselves. And as a result, a lot of the work, especially at the beginning of when we're working with the healing protocol, is to actually reconnect to self, reconnect to our bodies, have a very profound level of body attunement and body care so that we can actually tap into the resources that are there that are also data, or hold data and hold information about what has transpired. If we're talking about the fact that generational trauma has a biological element, it's really going to be hard for us to, see the biological element by just looking at ourselves, right? And that's the thing about emotional experiences, that they can be very invisible, and people can walk around Earth with these wounds, and we really don't see them. But we do have the mechanism of tapping into our bodies and our body's wisdom, with the understanding that our body would capture some of that information that we can then work with. So, for anybody who has that removal of 2 generations, 3 generations past, and don't have the biographical data or psychosocial data to understand what truly happened here, what we do have is the data that's held inside of our emotions and inside of our bodies. And we can work with that in order to produce the healing at a multi-level, like a holistic approach.
Mm-hmm. So if I were your client and and I'm really willing, because somehow it resonates with me. I feel, there's something to what you're saying, but it's hard for me. What kind of emotions would I be looking for, or what kind of sensations, body sensations, symptoms in my life would I be looking for that can give me some kind of access to that information in my body? Maybe can you share with us either an example, or what can I look for that gives me an indication? Oh, maybe here I might be touching on some generational trauma.
Wow. There are variable ways in which people experience trauma within their bodies. However, I'd like to, just highlight one person that I got a chance to work with that left me with this impression that always kind of stuck with me. And she mentioned to me, every cell in my body feels my sorrow. And when she said that, I felt like there truly is a way in which our bodies globally are capturing the pain that is within, the emotional pain. However, when we're talking about specific emotions, those emotions, and now we're talking, having a wide understanding of how emotions like are captured in specific places in our bodies or specific organs, we do know that a lot of grief is captured kind of in the chest area, right? Sometimes in the lungs, heart area. And so we tend to see that the experience within the grief cycle that is a part of generational trauma tends to be captured more globally, like within that upper region of our body. However, another area that is very prominent in terms of especially when we're talking about shame is the gut. There is a level of constriction and almost kind of inability to adequately like function and process the functions that are supposed to be there within the gut that is so prominent in trauma sufferers that are capturing a lot of deep, seated shame. And so, when we think about it from the biological perspective and the nervous system and how it's, kind of like almost cemented in a survival mode and cemented in this experience of dissociation, all of that starts to make a lot of sense from a biological perspective when it comes to why in the gut. Because when we are in survival mode, we don't need the rest and digest function that is a part of our nervous system cycle. We are constricting that unconsciously and automatically within the body in order to just focus on survival. So it does make a lot of sense for people to have that element of discomfort within their gut when they're holding on to that trauma.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I see this all the time, what you just said. And I think you're also saying the reverse of it means if we want to heal trauma, we need to find ways how to downregulate the space or the stress and open up the space a bit more so that we can reflect again. Like the same function that we don't need in the survival mode is also where some people are sometimes kind of caught up in, and then it's hard for them to reflect because their nervous system actually kind of inhibited that function. So being aware and finding ways how to open that more access to the body, to the emotions can happen again. Yeah, so that's beautiful. Thank you for that description. This was beautiful with the gut. I think that many people can resonate with that description.
Mm-hmm.
And so how your book's called Breaking the Cycle. Like, tell me something about the cycle. What cycle are we breaking?
Mm-hmm.
What's the cycle?
Goodness, there can be so many, but some of us can be captured in cycles of abuse. That is a very prominent cycle that a lot of cycle breakers say, I don't want to continue this. I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to be on the receiving end. I also sometimes can even empathize with whatever parent could have caused some level of harm because they too had to be the recipient of that kind of abuse. And the cycle that I can break is to not perpetuate that forward. As hard as it might be, as much as I would have to work on regulating myself, my emotions, focusing on how I can properly attune to myself and identify the needs that I have in the moments when I'm more emotionally elevated. Those are going to be moments where I'm going to need even more of those skills in order to actually not perpetuate that cycle forward. So cycles of abuse tends to be pretty prominent, but also, there can be other experiences that we may not categorize under abuse, but we do categorize under things that people remember and pretty deeply, like perhaps not being apologized to as a kid, right? There are a lot of cycle breaking parents that are always like trying to figure out what were the things that either caused me discomfort or that I would have wished, I would have loved for my parent to do and show up in this way within my life. And that can be something. It can be also the not engaging in a cycle of codependence. And that's where that interdependence comes into play that we talked about, and like really focusing on how can you gather the skills to adopt an independent relational approach to the relationships in your life. And that is on a global scale. That means that it's the relationship you have to an intimate partner. It's the relationship you have to your children. It's the relationship you may have to your parents, the relationship that you have to colleagues at work. It's literally every single relationship that you are a part of will benefit from that breaking of the codependent cycle and transitioning into an interdependent approach to relationships.
Yeah, so many questions. Like just the last thing you said, like
Yeah.
breaking the codependent cycle. So let's say I notice that I have a codependent relationship. Like how do I break that cycle? What's my internal process? Or what can I do when how can I break my codependence? Are there ways that you see that people can practice for themselves or notice in themselves that are like the internal experience to the outer codependent symptom? So what are we experiencing? Like what am I looking for if I want to break that cycle?
Yeah, it's a critical question. And we have to look within what the mechanism of codependence is, which is to allow the person that is, we'll say that there's one person that's codependent in a relationship and they're really kind of like, it takes two, right? But we'll say that that person is the one that's coming in with that history and then bringing the other person into that cycle with them. Let's say that the person that is codependent is having that function of codependence, like show up in the relationship prominently. What is that function? It's to create a dynamic where the other person soothes their emotions for them because they haven't learned how to properly soothe their own. And so when we look at the mechanism of codependence, it is that, right? It's to lean on others and almost kind of like pull others into a dynamic where they are now soothing your emotions because you haven't adopted the skill that is necessary to actually help yourself in the moments when you feel emotionally tender. So when we're talking about breaking the cycle, we're talking about creating almost kind of like a 360 skill set around how to self-soothe, what you need in the moments that feel most tender, how to actually show up for yourself in those moments, how to adopt a way in which you can be more attuned to your own body when it's almost kind of like driving you into almost an immediate reaction or response to gather that support from the other person. So all of that is a part of the journey of what we start kind of like breaking down from that codependent behavior in order to then adopt newer relational qualities that the person can practice and build mastery around so that now they have an alternative. They don't have just one option and one default way of relating to others. They have agency, they have openness, they have skills, they have greater ability, and they have choice.
Beautiful. It's lovely to listen to you. When I listen to you, first of all, your voice is soothing my body, and it's also there's such an elegance in the way you describe it. It's a beautiful and very like it's very lovely for me to follow your descriptions. They're very vivid and they make a lot of sense. So thank you for that. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so I have so many questions because I'm very passionate about this. One is, how do you see, you mentioned some of the cycles. Other cycles might be, for example, suicidality, or or health issues. So how do you see, also given the experience that you have, are there ways, if you see repetitive cycles of health issues showing up in a family line, are there ways through generational healing work to reduce or heal some of those? And if so, do you have some experience where that really dissolved, or is it gonna stay, but we just have more capacity to hold those health issues when we do the generational work? Like, how beneficial is that? And can we stop cycles like suicidality, for example? Is there, because that's what we see also often jump some generation and show up again. And maybe you can speak to this too a little bit.
Yeah. I'll touch on suicidality first because there are multiple reasons why a person might not want to live. And some of those reasons might be situational and psychosocial and sometimes unchangeable. But from my perspective, some of what I've seen in the options that people take to not want to live is that they are also lacking an option, a different option, and a set of skills. I know that there are some of my colleagues who are, perhaps more do more manualized treatments, have adopted ways in which they integrate skills into the work with individuals that are chronically suicidal. And that actually helps that person to feel like they have the choice to regulate in a way that can help them feel like life is worth living. And so from the perspective of how we break cycles when it comes to that suicidal behavior or suicidal ideology, it is going to be really critical for us to connect with the person at a level in which we try to adopt a perspective on how they can help themselves versus how they typically are experiencing life, which is as this overburdening, consumable, inescapable burden, and where they feel like the only escape is the escape through the method of suicide. So it's, I'm always like very curious, but like my mind's very curious. And I think it's part of why probably I went into psychology, to really excavate the mind and get into that curious mindset with the people that I serve, because it allows me an opportunity to start asking questions about what are the methods or what are the things that are happening in the background of the things that we call out in society. Like, what is in the background of depression? What is in the background of anxiety? What's in the background of suicidality? What's even in the background sometimes of an experience or the chronic ailment of psychosis? And so all of that is, something that I start getting curious about so that we can start getting into what the root is. From the perspective of health issues are incredibly important to consider when it comes to generational trauma, because what we know about the body and its wear and tear meter and the ways in which it can become so overburdened that it actually starts breaking down and loses its capacity to actually fight off disease, is that from generation to generation, we have ways in which the body kind of absorbs, even from an epigenetic perspective, it absorbs certain ways in which it actually operates that can actually lead to disease over and over again. So how do we use that from a healing modality? What we also know, just as you mentioned, is that there are ways to create reversals by utilizing our body and utilizing mechanisms of healing that really tap into the physical, that can, if a person is already undergoing or experiencing a chronic illness, that can at least help with diminishing disease progression, or at the very least help them to experience their bodies in a way that feels tolerable versus being overconsumed by pain or by discomfort. And with that, it's going to be really critical for us to also consider the folks that may be at risk of developing a chronic illness but aren't quite there yet. And whenever I'm talking to folks and we're trying to excavate a history within their lives and within their families that has physical ailments within it, I oftentimes want to explore when they say, everybody in my family has hypertension, diabetes runs in my family. I start to wonder, and I start to sometimes even, do some collaborative education with folks about the fact that, well, if we look at the nervous system and when it's stuck in a chronic state of alarm, it actually makes it very hard for your nervous system to metabolize energy, glucose, right? Any meals that you have, it disrupts that cycle, the natural way in which that cycle is to take place in your body. And over time, those epigenetic markers are going to start registering. Like, this is the way that we recycle, energy within this body. And so what can we learn from that? Typically, what I at the very least pose as a question for folks is, knowing that information and understanding the levels of despair, of grief, of terror, and even, deficit that have occurred within your family line, could we, just to get curious, perhaps pose the question, is it diabetes that runs in your family, or is it intergenerational trauma? And are we looking at the physical manifestations of generational trauma manifesting as a disease where glucose is not able to metabolize in the ways that it would within a family where such trauma has not had that level of prevalence?
Beautiful. So, like, I also hear you say that we just open up a bit the context, that not just in my body something's happening, but there is a bigger context, and we bring awareness to the bigger context. Again, what I said before, with my space opens up when you say that, like that we have more space to see our experience in line with more experiences, and that awareness in itself is already a different inquiry that many people do, because usually it's very individualistic and it's very much in the individual. And for me, this feels very good that we open the context. How important in doing that do you think? I mean, one, as I hear you, as I listen to you, and as I hear you, I hear one aspect of the generational work is also to introduce something that might be fairly new for some people, that we think in bigger contexts, and that we learn to sense bigger, like a bigger context that we are part of, and that we see how our body participates in that. How important, besides, let's say, if somebody comes to you, that the one is the psychoeducation that people get from you, and you reflecting back some new possibilities. Like, oh, wow, I never thought about looking at it that way. So that's definitely one aspect of the healing work, I suppose. But how important do you feel a healing relationship is when it comes to generational healing work? Like that we, what's the correlation between what I can do on my own, and when do I need some support, and what's the quality of the support we need? Is generational healing work something that we do on our own once we read all the facts, or what's the importance of relationships, like healing relationships, going to a therapist, having an environment that helps me with that work?
Yeah, it's actually really critical. Even when I wrote my book, I explained to folks that it can be incredibly beneficial to conjoin with other individuals who share the mission to actually break cycles. And that can be a family member, or it can be a friend, or it can be a colleague. It can be someone out in the world that can hold you responsible for ensuring that you're doing the work, so much so as you holding them responsible for holding true to the work as well. And that's a part of that interdependence where I'm here for you and we can, talk about some of the history that we find in your family tree. And I'm also here for you if there's any type of debriefing that you may need to do about something that felt particularly either uncomfortable or perplexing. However, many times, and this is the thing about trauma healing, period, right? Like, generational trauma healing as, just a kind of a category within trauma. It is really essential to be able to have a pillar, a place of collaboration where there is a level of skill set that someone might have to help you sort through and navigate through all the different layers and the details that are present. So I actually encourage folks to engage in the protocol of generational healing while also undergoing work with a trained professional, while also connecting with somebody who can hold them accountable and can be a part of community for them, particularly so because healing can feel very lonely. And especially so for anybody who's trying to break cycles from which they have relational connections to people that can be severed. So what happens to the mind and the body and the spirit when it's in a state of loneliness? It can experience really deep grief and despair. So in order to help manage that, it can be very helpful to bring in reinforcements and the people that are going to be helpful in navigating that process. And we can't lose sight of the fact that healing is a relational process. We can't heal in disconnection to others. We must heal in connection to others because most times the traumas that we suffer were traumas that happened in relationship. And so it's going to be really critical that we find the structure that is best fitting and hopefully follow it through.
That's beautiful. So again, what I hear is there are practices or a protocol that I can follow through myself. There's something I can do with a professional, and there's something that an ecosystem or like a community or a group of people supporting each other. So like the we space also has an important role. And I think if we make sure that we have this I, you, we in kind of a good correlation, then that's maybe the most supportive for the healing. So that's beautiful. One thing I'm curious about, of course, is always, because your inspiration is your fuel. So where is your leading edge at the moment, or what are you passionate about? Where are you expanding right now with your work? And what drives? Where is your coolest thing ever? When we expand our own horizon. Yeah.
Yes. I am developing a practice that is centering a lot of these holistic mechanisms of healing that I'm really proud of. And it's going to serve in the ways that I have seen have been effective and helpful in creating sustainable healing results. And so that is the area that I'm most deeply focused on and that I'm super incredibly proud of. Beyond the work that I've done, I think, all of it instills pride in me, but this is where I get back into serving. And serving for me is something that is a lifelong approach and craft and goal. I am a person of servitude. I come from people that hold that same value. So that really, it's almost like, yes, it's a practice that I am creating, but it is also very filling to me as a clinician to be able to hold a space where people can feel held.
That's beautiful. The service aspect speaks to me also deeply, and it's very touching that we have that in our society that sometimes might be so driven by what can I get, and also what can I give, and the generosity of giving, I think, is also dispelling some of the trauma, scarcity like the scarcity that trauma creates in our society. So I think we need that. And so that's beautiful that you're doing that. And is there anything I didn't ask that you think you should definitely leave us with before we conclude here?
Well, I think your questions have been incredible, and I'm grateful for you and for them. And I would just hope for people to really hold on to the understanding that the pain that one has suffered or that has been prominent in our families or our communities, that pain can find its way out of our hearts. I think that many times people look at especially generational trauma and they feel like, wow, this is so big. How do I tackle this? How do I work with it? Will I ever find peace? And I just want us to hold on to the understanding that with the skills, with the intention, and with the level of support that is needed in this journey, that peace can be found. And it's, the type of peace that is just human peace. We will all have like experiences in life that may rattle us a bit, but to have that sustained experience of feeling steady is something that can be achieved, even if trauma and generational trauma has been a part of your history.
Yeah, that's important and very important to hear again and again. I think that's an important message. So, Marielle, thank you so much. It is so lovely to listen to you. I'm very passionate about what you're doing, and intergenerational, generational work is so important. So, thank you very much, and all the best and blessings for your work.
Thank you, and same to you. Thank you very much.
To learn more about Dr. Marielle Bouquet and her work, please visit breakthecycleoftrauma.com. Dr. Bouquet has graciously offered our audience a free gift of an intergenerational adverse experiences questionnaire to help you understand multiple layers of intergenerational trauma.
Hi, my name is Thomas Hübel. I'm the founder of the Academy of Inner Science and the author of Healing Collective Trauma.
David Whyte is the author of 8 books of poetry and 4 books of prose, and is the recipient of honorary degrees from Newman College and Royal Roads University. He holds a degree in marine zoology and travels extensively, working as a naturalist guide and leading anthropological and natural history expeditions in the Andes, Amazon, and Himalayas. He brings his perspectives on creativity to the field of organizational development through his work with companies around the world.
The woundedness we feel in trauma is what increases our distance from that, strangely, that kind of undoing. We often think of, trauma itself as a kind of undoing. It's a violation of structures that we held in place so dearly quite often. Quite often structures of affection, of family, the sanctity of life, of society. Yeah. So it can be quite difficult for us to understand the necessary undoings in the healing of trauma. That almost always the first remedy that we think we need is actually not the remedy we need. It's our defense against what we have experienced.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. And also the intelligence that we put into creating the defense, like that the defense itself is an intelligent process, and how
Yes.
to realign with our own intelligence that looks like other.
Yes.
So that's like I really deeply explore the beauty of that process. You know, not the trauma itself, like the violation, but how we are intelligent to meet overwhelming moments through our own intelligence, and then it looks like as if it was another part of myself, like another. It's the defense becomes like an other in myself, a split off part. And I'm exploring a lot the beauty of that intelligence that we often see later on as weaknesses in our life, or dysfunctional parts, or areas in my life where I'm not functional. But actually, it always something works in order for it not to work. And that mechanism, I think there's a lot of wisdom in deepening our resolution, how we look at that mechanism. Yeah.
Yes, and we find that we're perfectly qualified through what we've experienced to find our way home. Actually, I wonder if I could read this one for you, Thomas. This is also from the new book. It's called "Perfectly Made." This is written in a. I often think that there's a tradition in poetry of self-admonition, which is a very fancy way of saying there's a tradition of poetry of giving yourself a good telling off to remind yourself what's real. So this is called Perfectly Made. It's written in that voice, where there's a deeper voice that can instruct your surface personality about some of its delusions and illusions. So this is called Perfectly Made. The first illusion to face is that your structured, too easily understandable world is a world that will keep you safe. The first illusion to face is that your structured, too easily understandable world is a world that will keep you safe. That naming everything and everyone in such small ways can protect you from the larger ways the world was made to undo you. That you can slip by the larger, intuitive, necessary, and unavoidable act of letting go without being noticed, without being seen, and without being made to look. And that your inevitable and necessary and eventually surprising disappearance can be kept at bay by refusing to live fully in a body wounded by the very act of being born. That your inevitable and necessary and eventually surprising disappearance can be kept at bay by refusing to live fully in a body wounded by the very act of being born. The second illusion is that you were never made to have your heart broken even once. Never mind again and again. The second illusion is that you were never made to have your heart broken even once. Never mind again and again. To break through the second illusion might be to understand you were made to attract the right kind of peril. To understand you were perfectly made for the fullness of every humiliation. Excuse me, I have to make a change as we go along. Literature happening before your eyes. To break through the second illusion might be to understand you were made to attract the right kind of peril. To understand you were made perfectly for the fullness of every humiliation you have ever experienced. And that above all, at the bottom of each humiliation, you were most perfectly made for every single intimate falling apart you have ever endured in your brief history. The third illusion is that you are not equal to everything listed above. The third illusion is that you were not perfectly made in every way to undo the first illusion. The third illusion is that you are not perfectly made in every way to undo the first illusion. And writing that, I suppose the art form there is to say it in such an uncompromising way that you have to listen. The outer surface part of me had to listen to what that absolutely sure inner knowing had to say. And you could say that the art of poetry is opening out that channel so it stays open between this deep inner foundation and our movement, out at the frontiers of the world. And to have that truth adaptable, wild, and free in human speech, according to where you are and who you're being listened by.
Yeah, that's very powerful. It's reminds me again of what we started our conversation with: is the closer the word and the energy become, the more one they are, the less there's separation. There is a ultimate intimacy, and often trauma creates a split between the mind, or what we say, and nature, like the energetic transmission.
Yes.
And I'm interested in because in our intro conversation you spoke about it, like the transmission or casting energy into words, so that the poem becomes its own entity, in a way, its own efficacy in the cultural body. And so maybe you can speak a little bit about, because I think also through the summit we are looking, okay, what is a collection of cultural remedies? Often we could also say poetry is like a sculpture of words in the public space, and everybody who processes it creates something by listening and feeling your poetry. Like something happens in the nervous systems of people, and that creates something in common. So there's a connection through the words. And so maybe you can speak a bit to that process of how the remedy of poetry affects our cultural body.
Yes. Well, I think I'm thinking of a poem by Marina Tsvetaeva, where she takes a personal trauma and opens it out into this kind of larger societal healing. And Marina Tsvetaeva had a torrid love affair with Mandelstam before Mandelstam met the woman who he settled down with and had a very happy marriage. But they had a torrid love affair, as two poets would have. And then Mandelstam went off to the Black Sea and left Marina behind, saying he had to write. Well, that was his excuse, but she knew he just wanted to leave. So she says, what is this gypsy passion for separation, this willingness to rush off when we've just met? My head rests in my hands as I realize, looking into night, that no one turning over our letters as yet to understand how completely and utterly selfish we are, which is to say, how true we are to ourselves. What is this gypsy passion for separation, this willingness to rush off when we've just met? My head rests in my hands as I realize, looking into night, that no one turning over. This is a totally genius line when she says that no one turning over our letters, because you find yourself peeping over her shoulder, reading in that physical invitation. You find you're reading someone else's letters. That no one turning over our letters has yet to understand how completely and deeply selfish we are, which is to say, how true we are to ourselves. So in that beautiful last line, she gives Mandelstam away. And she says he has his life to lead, and it's not with me. So it's this. There's another line by, I think it's by Tsvetaeva too, where she says, "What will you say, poets, lovers, generals, she includes them. This is a time when generals were killing poets in Russia, they just after the revolution. So what will you say? Poets, lovers, generals. Yeah. Oh, and that line is followed by, what will you say? Poets, lovers, generals. The wind is level now. The earth is wet with dew. The storm of stars in the sky will turn to quiet, and soon all of us will sleep beneath the earth. We who never let each other sleep above it. What will you say? Poets, lovers, general. The wind is level now. The earth is wet with dew. The storm of stars in the sky will turn to quiet, and soon all of us will sleep beneath the earth. We who never let each other sleep above it.
It's very strong. Wow.
Yeah. So, in a strange way, you speak about remedy, your own personal trauma, even the little traumas of the day, are a kind of homeopathic remedy that can, in other words, you just need a tiny, tiny essence to understand the whole pattern of healing. If you're willing to fully embrace it, if you're willing to take responsibility for what you feel in this difficult body. I mean, in that, there's that line in the Perfectly Made poem, which I just found. So I've hardly read this in public, just once actually. And the lines that are still surprising to me are that your inevitable and necessary and eventually surprising disappearance can be kept at bay by refusing to live fully in a body wounded by the very act of being born. One of the difficulties of finding a remedy for trauma, individual and collective, is when we abstract it. If you've got the excuse of being successful in one area of your life, you can say, well, that the trauma belongs in Afghanistan at the moment. The trauma belongs to those who are being flooded by extreme weather. The trauma belongs to those who live in the Caribbean where the hurricanes are. But actually, no, all of us from the very beginning have had an intimate meeting with difficulty. My wife's sister had a difficult birth, actually, but like most births today, the family were gathered there for the happy event, except the happy event took a very untoward turn, and it turned out, that the baby's heart rate was not what it should be, and she had the cord twisted around her neck inside the womb, and she was facing the wrong way. So suddenly what was just going to be a celebration of birth suddenly became very, very serious indeed. And you can imagine how the atmosphere thickened in the room. But luckily the medical team were very, very competent, and they got the baby faced the right way around. They got the cord unwrapped, and the heartbeat came back, and the baby was born. And then you hear that cry of the child, and everyone was so happy hearing that cry. But that cry is actually not the sound of someone who is happy to be here. That child has gone through this astonishing trauma coming through the birth canal in that instance, of being squeezed, but also the trauma of breathing oxygen for the first time. Until that moment, the child had this beautiful rent-free environment, close to the midnight heartbeat of her mother's rhythm. Everything taken care of, oxygen coming through the placenta. Her lungs were filled with liquid, and quiescent, and suddenly the liquid is expelled from those lungs. Valves open and close in that infant's little body that will never open and close to the rest of our human life. And all of us go through this steep transformation. And then you take in the child takes in what feels like poison into her body, which is air, oxygen. And then you hear that cry. I was in Morocco with a Sufi teacher actually just a couple of years ago, and the Sufi teacher was quoting Rumi, saying, Rumi said that we come into this life crying with everyone around us laughing, and the object is to go out laughing while everyone else around you is crying. Yes, that's it. You do want people crying, or it means they don't miss you. But this is the piece I wrote for that child. Just a few weeks later, I was in a seminar room, and my wife was teaching, Gail Karen Young, and she used this beautiful old English word, cleave. And it's cleave is, we use it to cleave wood, like cutting wood or cleaving something in half. But actually, its older meaning also meant to heal together. And in the King James Bible, it said that two people cleave together in marriage. Yeah. So this is it's a beautiful old word that meant both at the same time. So it's got this genius use in English. And my wife used this word cleave, and for some reason, I immediately thought of my niece being born, of being cleaved, both taken away from her home, and where she was so well taken care of, and then orphaned into this life where she has to make a new home, where she's brought together with all these other elements. So this is cleave, cleave, to hold together and to split apart at one and the same time. Cleave, to hold together and to split apart at one and the same time, like the act of being born, breathing in this world while lamenting for the one we've lost. Breathing in this world while lamenting for the one we've lost. No one needs to tell us we're already on our onward way. No one has to remind us of our intimate and everyday embrace with disappearance. We were born saying goodbye to what we love. We were born saying goodbye to what we love. We were born in a strangely intimate embrace with disappearance. Not quite wanting to breathe in this world. We're here, and we're almost always not. We are present while not quite wanting to admit we have already arrived. Not quite arrived in the mind, yet always arriving in this body, always growing older while trying to grow younger. Always growing older while trying to grow younger. Always in the act of catching up, of saying hello or saying goodbye, finding in each new and imagined future the still lived memory of our previous precious life. We were born, actually, I misquoted my own line, actually, because the actual line is, we were born in a strangely beautiful reluctance to be here. There's a lovely freedom when I'd written that. I often say poetry is the act of overhearing yourself say things you didn't know you knew. And when I overheard that line, I said, isn't that true? Every human being has their own beautiful form of reluctance. Yeah. And understanding what that is and what forms it takes is a big part of self-knowledge. Yeah. None of us are made perfectly. Yeah. We're perfectly made in our imperfections. And if we were perfectly made, we would have no axis of vulnerability along which to invite other people into our lives. Yeah. So my own reluctance is also, the place of my own reluctance is also the place where I can so beautifully invite other people's enthusiasms into my existence. We were born in a strangely beautiful reluctance to be here. So it's a beautiful question to ask yourself, actually. In what ways? in what ways am I thoroughly reluctant? I may be enthusiastic over here. I may be the life of the party over here, but actually in this area, I do not want to have the conversation. God, thank you very much. I don't want to show up. Yeah. This is not what I was made for. No. A beautiful reluctance to be here, not quite wanting to breathe in this world. We're here and we're almost always not. We are present while not quite wanting to admit we have already arrived. Not quite arrived in the mind, but always arriving in this body, always arriving in this body, always growing older while trying to grow younger, always in the act of catching up, of saying hello or saying goodbye, finding in each new and imagined future the still lived memory of our previous precious life. So one of the ways I think poetry works with remedy is through jogging your memory. Poetry is always saying you have a physical memory in your body of what it means to be home. And who knows, maybe it's a soul memory of, if you're religiously minded, then you had a home with God at one time. And you've taken this sojourn to find out how you can find love where love seems not to be. But also, just physically, you had a home in your mother's body, actually, where you had to do absolutely nothing. And you were still loved, and you were still expected in this world, for all just yourself as pure possibility in the world. So poetry as I often think poetry as a jog to the elbow. Hey, just remember, yeah. And almost always that memory is secret inside us. And it takes the form of a stranger, actually, with whom, to begin with, we do not want to have a conversation, and to whom we offer no hospitality, and from whom we turn away. And all of our great traditions speak about the stranger at the door, the pilgrim. In the Irish tradition, there's the old Irish Christian tradition, there's a long tradition of Christ coming to your door in disguise, and you not recognizing him and turning him away. But it's a representation, really, of the way we always meet the new you, the new self, in the form of someone we cannot recognize, actually, and who we're actually afraid of to begin with.
To learn more about David and his work, please visit davidwhite.com.
Hello and welcome again. Our daily insight video today is about resourcing and resilience. I want to speak a little bit to both as an inspiration for today. Also as an inspiration to tap into a bit deeper into your own personal resilience building or resourcing, and also into collective resourcing. Because as we go through changes, through disruptions in society, in organizations, in our personal life, what really helps us is to be resourced and to be resilient. So let's look at both. So on the one hand, we could say resilience. I would say resilience is the capacity to stay related to challenges. But often when we carry trauma, when challenges come, we actually feel we contract, we overreact, we become indifferent or numb. So we express certain trauma symptoms that do not support us to stay related to the challenge. And then in that sense of separation that happens and the disrelatedness in those moments that are challenging, old fears, old anxieties, shame, all kinds of emotions or numbness comes up or absence, so that I less and less feel the situation and I deal more and more with emotions that reside in myself or in my body and in my psyche already for a long time, most probably. And so we project that past onto the current situation, which often makes it even more scary and or more stressful. And now that's why we practice in being more trauma informed. I also say, okay, actually I can spend some time in identifying what is resourcing for me. Resourcing means it connects me deeper to myself. When I get stressed, I can regulate myself better. When I feel tense, it helps me to relax deeper into my body, connect to my core, feel myself more, come back to a sense of relationality to the world, to people around me. So what are the we call this resources that we identify that we can turn towards? So for some people, it's resourcing to take a walk in nature. For some people, it's resourcing to do sport, to do movement. For some people, it's resourcing to have a good conversation. Relationship is resourcing. Being listened to is resourcing. Listening to music, art, and creativity is resourcing. Feeling again my agency. When I feel what I can do or contribute or what's my next step, it gives me more grounding. My body sensations can be resourcing, so that I feel I get stressed, I concentrate on my body. My breath is resourcing. I'm more and more connected through my breath and my breathing again to my body sensations. And then once I feel my body, it's like I feel the cup, and the cup can help me to ground my stress. So I notice, oh, my stress level is 7 or 8. How do I notice stress sensations? I prolong my exhalations a bit. With every exhalation, I feel my body a bit more, my weight on the chair, on the ground as I walk. And I learn to down regulate stress instead of trying not to be stressed, is to be stressed consciously and to have a way to ground that stress and turn the stress sensation into waves of relaxation. Like that, I feel my body more. And as I feel my body more, I feel the ground. I get my standing back and my groundedness. And that helps me to change a bit my perspective onto the challenge that I have. So embodiment, breathing, relationships, music, and other things, like, for example, thinking of people that are resourcing in our life. We have somebody like a mentor, a family member, somebody we love. And when we are challenged, we think of that person. It shifts a bit the energy in our nervous system into a different space that feels more grounded. And when I feel more grounded, I can bring my attention back to what challenges me. So there are many ways how to resource ourselves. And it's great. Maybe you did that, of course. Some people did that already. But if that's new, you can make yourself a list and then practice. When I tune in with that resource, how does it feel when I think of nature, when I take a walk in nature? And I bring more resourcing consciously into my life, and I practice how that feels. And then when I get triggered or challenged by something, I have something to come back to because I practiced that already. So resourcing is also a skill that we build. So there are certain resources, we can amplify those. And that creates more resilience because it gives me more power to meet challenges. Instead of trying not to have challenges and have a smaller life, say, okay, when challenges come, I have enough resources to meet those challenges and also to have the relational environment or the community environment that I need to resource myself through other people and strengthen myself through that. So a healthy relational ecosystem is definitely a great resource. And we know also from that long-term study that Harvard did over many decades that relationship is a number one health factor. And it's also a number one relationship. It's a resource. And so that's very powerful. And like that, we create individual resourcing that flows into our relationship that becomes ecosystemic resourcing. So we build a more resourced ecosystem. If you work in an organization, if we in our family system, there will be more resources because we practice that. And that creates again more resilience. And resilience is the power or the capacity to stay related to challenges and meet those challenges with our presence, our agency, our capacity. And because we do that, we can bring innovation into challenges. Because when we contract and shut down, we are much less innovative and we are much more protected and defensive. When we stay more open in challenging moments, we can meet them with a different intelligence. So that's why, and if communities can do that, we can upgrade communal resilience. And I think in challenging times, and obviously some of the challenges that are growing at the moment, like climate change, need collective or communal resilience. And we can be architects of that resilience. That's something we can work for and strengthen. And I think everybody who impacts a certain ecosystemic environment where you work or where you live, you can become part of like being an architect, and most probably you are already in a certain way. So that shows that the resilience of our communities is something we have to invest in if we want to turn more of the current challenges into creative processes of growth. And I think that's amazing. So I'm sure today's speakers will speak much more to resilience and collective resilience. And I hope that inspires you to implement more of that in your own life. And again, I see you soon. Hello and welcome. My name is Thomas Hübel, and I want to invite you to our integration today. I'm sure as you go through our conference, you hear, on the one hand, many amazing speakers, but since we're also addressing collective trauma, collective healing, at times it might bring up internal processes, memories, stress, emotions. And also in daily life, we go through daily life, but daily life affects us. So today I want to take you a little bit on a journey to see how can we actually really train ourselves. In our work, we say there's training and there is integration. Of course, training is practices that we can do, awareness that we can build, embodiment that we can learn. And on the other hand, for some of it, we need to do integration work, healing work, trauma integration work, like the conference is full of possibilities and ways how to address that in ourselves, in our communities, in our societies. So today I want to speak less about the integration part. I want to speak more about practices that we can take into our daily life. And as we commit ourselves to any kind of the integration practices that you hear about here or learn here, it needs some kind of continuity as we bring that continuity into our life. And that means having a practice 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day. And that not only has the effect that I get to know or you get to know yourself more, it also means that we train our nervous system and we create certain pathways in our inner world that we can access faster and better in challenging moments. So the practice in, let's say, more relaxed, open moments helps us to develop a skill, that base, a resource that then we have available when we really need it. And there's some trigger going on when some challenging moments happen in our life, when we read news that really touch us or bring up stuff, then we can come back to that resource. So I will introduce you to what we call a 4-sync meditation. It's a synchronization meditation of different parts of our nervous system. And I invite you to practice that multiple times a week and see what's the effect, what's the awareness effect, but also what's the regulation effect. Because when stress comes up, we want to have more and more tools how to, what we call, regulate that stress, find a friendly relationship to stress and not try to get rid of it, but find a friendly relationship, a curious relationship connected to our breathing, our body, and through that more conscious approach and through the yes to the experience, we can create a deepening. And that's what we're going to practice together. And I will guide you through this. For some people, they take some of the recordings, they put it on their phone, they can listen to it. And when I have 5 minutes, I can listen to it and go through it and ground myself. And that's also a lovely, refreshing quality, as it also at the same time builds some internal skills. And what we're going to do is we're going to start with our body, move from our body to our emotional experience, also move to the witnessing capacity that we have, to our grounding in the soil, and to explore these different states and see how they affect you. And so there's no pre-knowledge needed or anything that you should have done before in order to follow this guidance. The only thing that's needed is that you have maybe around 10 minutes now as you listen to that, and that you sit comfortably, best with an upright spine. And let's turn our awareness inside. And we begin with acknowledging the inner state that you find right now in yourself. We call it presencing the inner state. Presence is kind of superpower, and acknowledging our inner state, physically, emotionally, mentally, is like a yes to what is, given all the circumstances in your life. This is how you find yourself now. And whenever we acknowledge the state that is, kind of it opens a gate to go deeper. And you can change your awareness and focus on your breath, especially every time you exhale. Let your exhalation support you to drop in deeper into your body awareness. If you want, you can slow down a little bit and prolong a little bit your breath, your exhalation. And as you exhale, notice how your body feels warm, safe, connected, grounded, energized. Renew exhalation helps you to relax into the body sensation even a little bit more. Maybe there's some tingling, some streaming, pulsing. Maybe there are new areas of your body that show up as you pay attention, that are also warm, open, lively. And so with your exhalations and through your body sensations, you can also check in with how close or distant you feel from the ground beneath you. The more our stress downregulates, in other words, we relax, the ground feels closer. We have a good sense of the ground. When there's some stress in our system, it feels like we're a bit more uprooted. And just acknowledge what is. Don't try to override it. Just say yes. And embrace the inner state. There's a bit of stress, we embrace that. If it feels very relaxed, we embrace that. You can even feel a bit deeper into the ground. Feel the soil, the land that you're on. And exhaling also means digesting. allowing our nervous system to digest our daily experience, to digest our stress, residues of the day, and turn that into learning. As you explore your physical grounding, you can include your emotional experience right now. Sometimes we feel strong emotions. Sometimes we experience very subtle or fine emotions, like an undercurrent. Sometimes we feel a bit disconnected or numb. We don't know what we feel. And whatever you find, just embrace it, include it. And at the same time, there is also awareness. I feel my body, my emotions. I'm aware that I feel myself. And I notice that which is aware. So to notice awareness, witnessing some kind of inner space that is aware of sensation, experience. And within that witnessing, you might find that your inner space becomes calm, spacious. But you might also notice that residues of your day or like leftovers of the experience of your days or your last days are moving through. So no matter if it's calm or you feel some internal movements, kind of like softening into that, embracing your nervous system and your body, trying to digest your experience. And if it's calm, just to listen to the expansion, inner space. the inner availability or openness. And with that, you can take a deeper breath, or a couple of deeper breaths. As you're breathing, feel your body again, how you're sitting. Feel the ground underneath you. And as you feel yourself again, maybe slowly open your eyes. Orient yourself again in the room where you are. And slowly come back into your day. And as I said, you can also re-listen obviously to the recording, but also then take some more time to sit in that inner space. And no matter if the inner movement showing up, if it's calm or if there are digestion movements happening inside, to witness those, soften into the digestion, listen to it until the body can integrate whatever has been kind of lingering around of the experiences that you had, so that it becomes a natural practice. But same as we take a shower, we take an inner shower. It's like a refreshing, integrating quality of our experience, and it builds a muscle to be able to practice that when we feel more activated, more triggered, that we have an inner space to return to, an inner resourcing space. So I hope that's a practice that seems doable for you and something that you enjoy doing. And it definitely also brings some more space and spaciousness into our lives, which is important. And I wish you a beautiful day. And I hope you enjoy the richness of this conference and that it enriches your daily experience and also your impact in the world.
Judith Sosportas is an Israel-based artist and professor at Bezalel Academy in the Fine Art Department. She is one of the most prominent and prolific Israeli artists working in the local and international art scene today. Her work is focused on site-specific installations, which include sculptures, drawings, video, and sound works that call for an intense and overwhelming sensory experience. Sosportas represented Israel in the 2007 Venice Biennial and has presented more than 10 international museum solo exhibitions during the last decade. She works in Tel Aviv and Berlin and is also a lecturer at the International Academy of Consciousness and Evolution.
Hello and welcome back to the Collective Healing Conference. My name is Thomas Hübel. I'm the convener of the conference, and I'm very happy to be sitting here with my beloved wife, Judith Sosportas. So Judith, warm welcome to this year's conference. We had already multiple conversations throughout the last year's summits, and you strongly represent the voice of art and the voice of creativity in our summits and conferences. So my first question is, this is the Collective Healing Conference. So maybe you can share a little bit how art or creativity and collective healing go together, don't go together at all. Like what's the relationship here? And then we will deepen into some other questions around this. But maybe just in general, how you as an artist and also a teacher of art and creativity at the university, how do you see what's relevant for collective healing? What's relevant for kind of collective change processes?
When I hear these questions, maybe the best way, or I think the best will be to start with the question itself. What needs to be healed and why? And when someone asks me, and how art can heal, so the first thing that I have as an artist is kind of a resistance. What went wrong and what needs any kind of restoration, or what do we need to fix, if at all, and why? So I would say that to address this question will be good to be able to mark like two territory. One territory will be the creative act itself. What is happening there, and what do we do, all of us as artists, as poets, as writers, as musicians, and in my field as artists and as artists, we deal also with the substance. We have all the process that we do, but we touch something. And when we touch something, it doesn't matter if it's through drawings or we touch the substance. And something is happening that, culture will define as the wisdom of craft, the craft. So what is happening there? So there is the substance, and there is the attention, and there is the duration of time of the action itself. And when we understand what is going on there, and what is the specific information as data that we are able to implement within the body of the artwork, if it's a drawing, if it's a film, if it's a sculpture, something is going on, really on the matter of the data of the object itself is carrying kind of a certain quality that if we speak about art in like high level, there is also an active transmission that is basically, active. So there are like very good piece of art, there are less, and there are different levels. But if we speak about the high level, so the high level of art are able basically to function as a container to kind of like a deep time quality that has been active there. But it's basically an outcome of a very unique and process that something happened. There are certain conditions that we're taking in account in order to create this quality. So if I go back now to the back room where artists work, to the studio, what is going on there? So when we basically practice for hours to touch something in our hand, to have a certain attention, to concentrate. You might do it in meditation. Other people would do it through prayer, but we do it. We activate like two centers of energies. We look, we activate the sight, the touch, the substance, and we create kind of a triangle. That basically, the longer that you do it over the time, the deeper that, more committed, something is going on there. Of course, that if you're very gifted, so all come as the same package. But let's say that we have all this data. So we are able to kind of expand, the molecule of time. There is something is happening there while you draw and while you activate the different points that I've just mentioned. Something is happening, and a beautiful, I would say principles of presence start being active. And one of the beautiful outcome or the side effect in a very beautiful way is that you're able to have an access to this, I would say, territory of expansion, extension, and increasing the space in between, the molecules of the substance and the molecules of your own consciousness, the molecules of, the plasma of our, reality. And it sounds kind of strange, but this is actually what is happening. The more that you do it and you touch the substance, you literally, you're able to create, to start activating a movement within whatever piece of wood, piece of metal, piece of clay, whatever is the substance, the drawings, the fabric, whatever, and we have everything. But you start transmitting energy from your own body through a certain quality of attention and focus into the substance. And then this substance, in the end, that defines itself as a sculpture, as a drawing, is carrying this data of an active substance that can function as a beautiful transmission that you, as a viewer, will experience this in the museum, in a gallery, in a biennale, in a public space. So you will come without knowing anything about the process, about the time, about the artist. You will, just by witnessing something, you will feel something that for most of us, for, the professional one, will be defined as a quality that is anyway, is being produced by this other form of thinking. It means that my normal tools like language are not, this quality cannot even be verbalized. So we are speaking about certain quality that we feel, but we cannot apply our immediate, senses upon and control it and make a view, or, oh, I got it, or I understand. And by this, to reduce the time of our, saying yes to the experience or to the feeling, as we call it in Hebrew, like chavaya, like to be in something. So the better is the artwork, the deeper is the more intense and complex is the data that is being embodied in the craft, through the art, the action of craft, within the sculpture, within the drawing, within the piece of art, and something is happening in the room. So basically, I'm personally very, very interested and committed to this kind of process, because I think that very, very good artists are basically professional, people that really can contribute to evolution in terms, because we constantly produce, different types, codes of substances that we deposit in the public space, and we need you to experience something. But basically, we can import space. We can bring space, and space that is not only a space, it's a space that there is a movement in this space. We have space and we have movement. And we have the one that is responsible for this, but is normally not there. The artists don't stand beside the work. And then you come to the picture because you are the one who witnessed this quality as the viewer. So when we understand that, something very, very important and very powerful that we have for years historically in our culture is being deposited. It's being deposited in the hands of, very talented and gifted people that were blessed with, the act of craft and the, the ability to connect attention, presence, and substance. And this, when I link, among the, when I draw a line between those points, we can address the anatomy of what does it mean, present moment? What does it mean to be in the present moment? And when we think about something that got hurt, traumatized, damaged, whatever will be the definition, so these molecules of presence are basically being affected by this, I would say. So my ability to be in the present moment got hurt. I can tell you by myself that because of what certain things that I went through, I'm completely aware of the fact that my ability to stay in the present moment without doing art is being more limited. This became something that I dived into, and I wanted to explore. How can I increase my ability to be in the present moment in its highest, with the highest percentage? And I've realized that when it's the normal day, so it's, out of 100% presence, I will reach 60, 55, 60. I will, my concern from the past and my concern from the future will eat. This is from the right and this, and the molecule of the present moment will be eaten. So I will have reduced, presence in the moment. And I've realized that when you dive into what I've just described before, when you know, in a very committed way, write as a poet, as a writer, I think we all do the same, just a bit different. But we are basically practicing a radical presence with a focused and a very focused attention. But basically, we are simultaneously practicing few different qualities. Not only this presence, but it's a presence that the center of gravity of this presence is out of my personality. So I'm taking my personality out, and I'm practicing the ability to anchor myself in a non-place, in a place that it's not Judith. So the more that you do it, you're able to transmit this energetical, you know, whatever, this information as data into your sculpture, into your drawing. And when you see this in a public space, in an exhibition, it's very beautiful. Normally you don't know the personal story, you don't know the artist, you don't know the writer, you just somehow there is a very intimate meeting, but basically nowhere, in kind of anonymous field. And this anonymous field is crucial. You need to meet me and to feel extremely touched by me when you don't know who I am, when you don't know what is my story. But what I will need to provide you as an artist is the immediate access to your heart, to a very, very deep quality of feelings without knowing anything about it, and to feel extremely touched, but in an anonymous space. So this is a fascinating, when we look just, and we just started, when we are able to address this kind of characteristic of like the wisdom of the creative action itself, we immediately understand that when we bring this knowledge and when we implement this more, you know, when we implement this knowledge within the body of the artwork, we understand that something, even if you take the word art out, so I need something that will be around me, that will support me, you know, to ground myself again, you know, in the present moment. And the more beautiful or the more aesthetic or the more sophisticated and the deeper, and let's say the higher is the level, the deeper is the experience. So the deeper is the experience that I do have as a viewer with expanding my molecules, you know, and one molecule of present moment, I can be more in my own time, I can be more present, and so first of all, a one-on-one person, I will feel, wow, this has a potential for healing. Why? Because this has a potential to defroze my frozen part, to bring them more to present. So it's like intelligence that is being frozen in me, and it can melt, not forever, maybe for a while, but you know, you feel like a bee, you feel like attracted to the honey, because you feel it's warm, it's lovely, and you want more from that. And what do we want? We want to feel in the right temperature, in the right presence, and we want to feel cozy, not like a sofa, but in the sofa of this, you know, no man's land of life, I would say. And when that's what I've mentioned before, like this anonymous field of I don't know you, you don't know me, but you know, you feel so close to a writer that you feel extremely, or a poet or a musician, you feel you know him. What does it mean? You feel he touch you. He's able to touch you so deeply in your soul. But basically what we are looking for this, I would say, to create kind of a healthy, we are all looking to the right navigation and to the compass, the right compass for the heart. We are all kind of, I would say, lost particles, whatever was our experience. And the role of art, I find it like super important when we speak about the act that is really in high level. There is a lot of different levels of art, and we have different levels of writers and poets. But if we talk about the one that are able, like magicians, like the alchemy, to create this alchemy and to connect so many separated dimensions of time, and to connect them, that we will just feel that our senses cannot protect and cannot control us, because then we can open our heart. And so when we have this, kind of this level, so it's a must. It's like the remedy that what we all need, because it's about our need and the need that is there to restore the molecule of the present moment. I believe that the more intense are the time, the more that the quality of this one molecules of present moment is being eaten by everything. So we need to take care of that. And I can see that. I can see this, this process. And I can see this process in my classes when times are intense, and I need as a teacher to bring and to create this energy field, and to follow the process. You start whatever is the art class, and you put the awareness about all the parameters that I've just mentioned, and the intensity is rising and is rising and is rising. I like it. In the beginning, it feels very scattered. Everybody was thinking da 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 da, and then you give a simple exercise and you start, and I feel it. But you're there and start guiding the movement, and slowly you feel how one click and another click and another click. But what is happening basically, that there are more, like this. More triangle of this space, time, rhythm, attention are being connected, and you have suddenly more presence. You simply have more presence from these students or from these students, but more presence in nowhere, in this unknown place in themselves. Because the more that they practice, but they're still being caught up with their story, identity, their stress, whatever, so we have less quality. But when we are able to guide the field as professional field, to be able to create a connection among the parameters that I've just mentioned, but not within the center of our personality, story, interpretation, position, how we are attacking reality as we do every day. So then we are talking about an incredible potential that I find super productive and super useful, and it's for free. It's amazing. So in this regard, I think that when we speak about, like, for example, that the amount of the frozen cells that we do have today in our culture is huge, like it's crazy. So the more frozen cells of presence within our human structure is active, the more that you need this, object of art that being, coded with this data, that, data can never lie. Even if you don't see this data, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but you can feel it. And this data is basically an outcome of a very authentic and genuine process. Someone was there behind for years. The practice of time and presence could, in the end, it works or it doesn't work, and you will feel the quality. If it works, it means that the active substance is there. It's active. You feel the transmission of more vibrating cells that have simply more percentage of presence. So we have more present, and we have more that is vibrant. It's not only present as a term, as a title. It's a presence that is present. So it's like, and then it means that if it's alive, it activates the aliveness in me. So I want this. And then it's like, the most beautiful pandemic, this is the pandemic that we want, that it's like one thing that is, it goes for you to me, to it in the most beautiful way. And I would say that when you said, when I ask what needs to be healed, these are, the cells, the system of the cells that are frozen and got reduced with their life intelligence, and we need this intelligent, just that it will not continue stopping the movement. I hope I was able to articulate this. So it's about movement. It's about the ability, of certain action of art, and a radical one, to create movement in areas that the movement really stopped, from a fear, from a trauma, from something that simply overwhelmed you. So you simply cannot, undigestible life information, and you start no to this, no to that, no to this, no to that. So yes to what, basically? I don't know. So the yes territory gets smaller and the no territory gets bigger. And if we speak about healing, for me, it's just about like bringing back the yes and to increase the territory of the yes. But it's not so easy. This is not a concept. This is, like something that you really need to feel in your system, in your body. And when you encounter when you read the poetry and when you read the literature, the letters, and there is an active substance in the text, and it starts working in you. Even if you close the book, it's there. So when you close the book, it's like if you close the Bible. I didn't close, all the fire of the miracles. They're all the time there. So when I open this, it's all the time, the fire is there. So this is what I mean. So that this should be always available for you when you need it. So when I think that when we understand these principles of what has been hurt with very traumatic experiences, what got shocked, frozen, whatever, to basically more life data in me got, stop their movement, but I'm alive. And part of me doesn't move, but it looks like okay. And, all the, and what I've realized that when I create, when I draw, or when I'm in the process, it's not only what I've described now, it's just that you have the access to increase those cells of presence even more. So the longer that you do it, it's kind of like an amazing source of life wisdom. That is not that you just bring it into the 100% presence again. You can increase even more the 100%. So you can basically start radiating. So when you speak about, great musicians or great, piece of art, so they start, it goes bigger than the 100% of the thing. It's like the radius of the impact is stronger and bigger. And if we have more than that, so we have an incredible, intelligent, without words, without the rational mind, without the language that is there available for us. So of course that from my side, I would say we have to create the circumstances in a very radical way, but at the same time to take care of the quality. Not everything can come and produce this, but from a certain level of musicians, poets, writers, and artists are definitely part of, those masters that can create for all of us this incredible access to this, the ocean that is like underneath the whole thing. And that's what we all need. I mean, this is the place that the moment that I feel that I can touch this through the line of the drawing, doesn't matter how long it is, but if I know that in the end I can touch there, then the relaxation that I feel, it's not only coming back home, it's like, this is all about. So you don't want to stop drawing, because you know that the more that you draw, it's not only that you feel what you're doing and you simply in the present moment, but when I speak about it, it's still to talk about it. But there is a phase that you cannot talk about it anymore. It's just like, so the subject and the object are being canceled. And this is, I would say, the secret of the remedy. This is the intelligence of that there are not even two anymore. This is the remedy, that this is actually, you become part of something that basically you were just being cut off from this something, whatever we call it. And this will be my definition for restoration, or for, this is for me just, I want to have the connection back to what exactly it's what I try to explain. And with all the actions in this, what we do in the studio, we spend hours to feel it, to communicate with very, very, very basic molecules of data, temperature, weight, composition, form, very basic, the the basic things that from there we start constructing, whatever we construct, in our culture. So basically art provides you the access to the very, very, like, to the primordial stage of how we, like the pre-form space before you constructed the things. So when you start drawing, you basically create kind of like a reverse engineering process in time. The more that you draw, you think that you draw the flower, but the more you just use the flower basically to dismantle the form and to dismantle the thing that we call a thing. So we basically go back. It's like we go back and we have more and more access to this space that from there everything was created. So it sounds quite intense or big or abstract, but it's very simple. It's very simple. All of us also, if we go to a deep state of meditation or a deep state of drawing or deep, concentrated phase of this kind of processes that I'm describing, when we go out from this, we will all feel like if the time stopped, we will all feel, oh, strange, 6-7 hours. What was that exactly? So these moments, I think they're real, because when you feel this space, when you come back or when you connect to this space for a few hours, it cancels time. It cancels the time. It cancels the feeling of separation. So if we can achieve this quality through the act of art in our studio, of course that I would love to recommend to have more of this quality around us, because we all want to touch something that we will be able to transmit something that this intelligent will be reactivated in me as a human being, because my system knows very well, my rational mind prefer to make it more numb because I want to park it, I want to postpone it, but my system knows very well when I encounter this quality. My system organizes its own intelligence very fast, and that's what I mean through this other form of thinking. And I think this is a very, very important remedy, especially in our time when we think that we know the most ever, more than ever, when we think that we have, the ability, basically that we are the most intelligent than ever. And I think that we need to check this point again and to have this, I don't know, and I don't say in a regressive way, touch the stone again, but I literally think that if I lose my ability to understand that each stone has a voice, and I really believe that stone have no information, so I would say that something is wrong. So technology didn't really take me further. If I would think that the stone is, and something that is like block and I cannot hear because I don't hear anything, I would be the first that will tell you, no, each stone has a voice. And we need to keep this in our mind with all the super intelligent, in super technology that we are using. How can we have those two, channels simultaneously being linked and connected? And then this would be the way that I will define why do we need this at all, and what is so crucial in this in the voice, I would say, of the stone for all of us.
Well, beautiful. I mean, you said so many things. I want to just pick a few to respond. So first of all, I can relate very much in my experience when I experience this kind of concentrated presence in artworks, in public spaces, like the transmission of that presence and the impact that has on me. I very much relate to that when I see art, and specific art has a very strong transmission. And also what relates very much for me in what you said is like that the art piece connects us from the form to the preformed dimension. So that's, I think, very powerful. I love what you just said at the end also about creating movement, because basically every form of healing is also creating movement out of that which is frozen or reduced in its movement. But then you said something about, which I love very much, like when when I cannot hear the voice of the stone, technology didn't take me much further.
Yeah.
And maybe you can speak a little bit more about like this the voice of the stone and what it means to be connected to this very deep groundedness in substance and in life and the time that we live in, like technology, because you could say basically in today's time AI can do any drawing you can do, can replicate, and make thousands of different versions of drawings that you do. But there's a difference in the creation of art and the creation of a transmission from the form and how the form's being charged with the spirit of the creative act and with the maybe also decades of creative act that flows into each and every art piece. And I would like to talk a bit because this sounds to me very interesting, especially for our time. We're living in a marketplace where we more and more tend to go to these technological advancements, which on the one hand has its own, legitimacy and importance. But this combination of listening to the voice of the stone and at the same time being part of a global world that more and more develops technology that can also basically produce many things, but how you look at that and also how that affects your students. I mean, you're teaching students for some decades now, and how do you see the change or the development in the art that your students produce and how your students deal with the development of the current time? So these are two questions: then the voice of the stone and technology, and the collective space, and how your students deal with that.
No, this is a very, very profound topic and for our time, because I really, really think, Thomas, that if we would be in a very, very good phase or stage in with the way that we use technology, I would expect that many more people will be able to literally to communicate the information of the stones, for example, but we don't. So it means that the more that you use technology, I would say it, of course, in a very simple way, we feel that the stone is more empty. So this is something that I will question. And because I know I would expect that technology would be able to be synchronized with a certain level of intelligence. And here comes the point, and this is what the human spirit will always be the one that I hope will take over. Because when we speak about, for example, the stone and the information and the data, I need to be quite aligned with myself and to be able to accept many things in myself in order to be able to say goodbye to many data of my personality, in order to have more percentage of not Judith when I listen to the stone. So I can feel the stone and I can feel data in different parts of our systems, because not from the center of gravity of my personality. It's more about the ability to move from there and then to work basically for this, I would say, I don't know, empty space, and from there. So for me, it's very interesting question, and maybe technology will still provide this ability to support us as human beings, consciousness-wise, to be able also to use it to accelerate our ability to be able to host more space in us than our, let's say, ego and story and persona. But I honestly tell you, I'm quite disturbed from the gap that we do have. From our surrounding, and so the gap for me is a fact, and this is one question. So when we come back to my students and how do I feel it, I feel that when the quality that I just described before is on, there is another parameters that needs to be included. And even though it sounds very abstract to many people, but your soul is part of the deal. And when we need another intelligent that is super important, it's connected to, for example, to a term that we can hear more maybe in Judaism, and not only to the reshimo, to the imprint of this, the imprint of the soul in our, in our physical dimension. And I really believe that as human being, still we do have, of course, this ability to communicate and to feel information that moves in between different dimensions. And I didn't experience, maybe I'm not such a high-tech person, that this ability is there with technology to include the soul, the intelligence of this invisible intelligence of the souls and the spirit. And there, when I can feel the imprint of the singular codes of each one of my students, then when I practice and I provide them the tools and I teach them all what we were mentioning before, and their singular code is being included, then the miracle is there. This is the beautiful specific imprint that cannot be, there is not nothing, there is not, even if they do it from their non-personal space, but it's the non-personal space of a specific soul. And there is a unique code that is participating in this action. And I'm always, I always learn, because I never feel, wow, I saw it already. No, when it's on, it's like an amazing quality that I didn't see before. So there is always a very, very important part that that we need, and artificial intelligence. And at least I don't know yet this part that can correspond and address the characteristic of this metaphysical, I would say, this invisible part of our human intelligence. And, in this, so this dimension, I think mainly also in our time, become even more important. Because, and this also, that when things start, falling apart, and those kind of two channel, instead of being more and more connected, are being even more split, then we have this, another space that we will maybe define in old school terms, intuition, instincts, feelings, but they are more specific. They are the feelings that your soul and your specific code is able to channel and to download and to include, and to create this unique imprint of like this human intelligence. And all of these are not old terms of our culture. These are things, timeless conditions that we all need when we speak about healthy systems. How do they function? And I think that if we are able to feel the stones around us, and more than that, to listen and to be able to communicate with such a precious information that our animals around us can, and the plants and everything, it's there. But not to create the access to this information through technology, that I will still keep, the direct contact to the intelligence of the plant, also one-on-one. Technology there is fantastic, but not in a way that I would not accept this wisdom with the ability to skip on, smelling the flower or touching the stone. And I think that those very, very basic, very, very basic and simple actions that I'm talking about, they are so, so precious and so important in our studio as artists. For the poets with the writing, so it's to keep the open channel to the first and direct connection, and of course to accelerate evolution through technology, but how simultaneously those processes are taking place and nourishing each other. But yeah, and when we speak sometime also about, areas that were more wounded, is when this, sometime we need to reconnect, just very, very basic parameters of the system that I just described. So I would say that, we have this soul intelligence that, even if we are very, very traumatized, So there is a very important intelligence of this part that we need to include. And this intelligence can be included often in a very surprising way through very good artworks, because the one that produced them, implemented this very, very relevant data for this process.
That's beautiful. I want to stay there for a moment because you said something very precious that I think is for all of us that are listening very interesting. You said the more you see the unique intelligence of your students express something out of that kind of synchronization with that uniqueness, you always see something new that you haven't seen before.
Yeah.
And that's very interesting. It looks like, okay, there's so many billion people on the planet, but if every one of us is more synchronized with the core intelligence that runs through us, it's actually always fresh and new.
Exactly.
And it's never a copy of something else.
Exactly.
It's unique. And that's really refreshing.
Exactly. And then when you mentioned before, and you said artificial intelligence, can imitate exactly how you draw. That's true. But this is not, when you feel it, you will feel that you will feel something else. In the end, it's about this refresh moment that is quite fascinating, and it's always, like the appearance, how like this, the light of the singular code and his present moment of that it appears. And this is something that not any, artificial intelligence can copy in the present moment. So it always can it can copy the imprint or the traces of this after, but not in the present moment. And this is something very, I hope that this diamond will be able, and not in a romantic way, in a very, very basic way, will be able to be kept or to be recognized as such a, it's like, it's happening in a certain moment when it appears, and then it's there. And then,
Yeah, that's beautiful. So I love this uniqueness of the souls or core intelligence part of it, like that aspect of us that is fresh, and it's not a copy of something. It's a fresh invitation to like a relationship or an exchange. I love what you said about the artist, the object, like the art, and the viewer are actually not separate.
exactly.
They are happening in an anonymous space because when you see the artwork, you don't see the artist standing beside of most of the time. But through like the creation, the art piece and the viewer are an interdependent system. And often we think those separately, but they're actually fields of information. They belong together. When there is an attraction, because it has a reason why certain viewers resonate with certain art. And that resonance is a field. So that's a system. So art is actually the entire system and not these separate particles, but it's a whole system. And that's why I'm curious, because you're also teaching that a lot and in a fantastic way. I mean, how if now people listen, and you said something before, is on the one hand, art in your own experience, and I'm sure many artists would say something similar, is kind of increasing that you call it the molecule of presence. But it also comes, you also said something else. It's like you kind of empty yourself a bit from yourself, like you create more space in yourself to get into a certain state. In meditation, you will call this like a state experience. And I'm curious, like when listeners now listen to you, like what can someone practice, or how can we? It's not a denial of myself, it's not a suppression of myself, it's a kind of an expansion of something. And I'm curious how do you teach this to your students? How do you practice it yourself? So if people that listen now would love to have a deeper inspiration on, okay, how can I practice actually emptying myself more to be able to enter that process deeper? Maybe you can speak a bit to the practice.
In the end, what I like so much about art is that in the end of the day, we say it in Hebrew sometimes tachlis, that if it works or it doesn't work. So all what I share with you, it's just something that I've basically experienced or discovered. And after some time, I've realized, oh, this is how it feels basically. And then I can define it as such. And what I discovered for years and hours of drawing, really years, that something is happening that when I try to teach my students how to make more space within their system to more space, it sounds fantastic, but okay, tachlis, how to do it? Our dear teacher, how do we do it? So basically, I would say when we commit into certain processes, whatever it's writing, drawing, I can just describe, for example, from the field of drawing, and this is, you need to understand that this is the same principles that I'm sure that professional poets and writers and musicians said, okay, it's the same, it's clear. So I would try to describe it from my field of expertise, which is the drawings. When you start drawing, you basically start looking at something, you look at reality. Let's say I take a flower, I relate to a tree, I relate to you, I relate to an object, doesn't matter. But there is something that I feel in the beginning that is like external to myself. I'm looking at something. And in the beginning, there is Judith as one persona that is looking at something as an object. So the basic process is that there are two that are completely separated. I'm full of my stories, my ideas, my blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking at an object. I start looking and concentrating. And the more in the first years or in the first hours when you're more, you might in the first stage be very disturbed how it looks like. So you will feel in the process itself that you're looking more at your result. You look more at the drawings than at the tree, or you look at the tree and you constantly with this movement up to the object, down to your paper, up to the object, down to your paper. The more that you feel, I don't know, you go deeper into this, somehow you feel that you can spend more time with the tree or the flower than looking. So it's very interesting. It's not that you feel more confident, but you suddenly feel, oh, strange, I was more looking at this, as my hand was just moving more, and then you look and say, oh, strange, so more of the drawing could progress, but I spent actually more time with the tree than with it. So let's say if we speak about, okay, 30 years, but just to describe like the principle or the formula of the apparatus, this mechanism, is that in the beginning you're 100% persona, 100% ideas, and 100% fear. How the other will react to my drawing, how the other will see, what do they think about me, should it will be accepted, or I will be loved, all the programma is online. The more that you go, let's say, the voices start being a bit less, and all what is less is being transferred into like the ability to rest within the tree or the flower. So less voices of how does it look, how the drawing looks from outside, less weight to the judgment that will come and judge me if I will be accepted or not, and more will rest with the tree. The more that we dive into this, you will see in a fundamental, incredible way, it takes time, it requires commitment, but this is 100% the way that the more that I'm able to dive into the tree and the less my eyes are on the drawing, I will be able, to move from the first stage, which includes two separated entities, the object and the subject, and the object will be less and less there, so dominant. Then I will move to phase two. Phase two will be that in a crazy, amazing way, if I'm able to cross the 50%, that I'm able to rest into the tree, let's say more than 50% than the paper, then you start reaching a very interesting, and it's a matter of time, like how you practice meditation. So the more that you do it, something is happening. It's very strange to speak about it, but I have to if I want to communicate the idea or to share the principle or the mechanism. So there was a moment that you literally feel, oh, strange, you are more there than here. The more that you are there than in your paper or in your drawing, the less feeling that you have is that you are the person that is looking at. So you feel that this separation is less active, less feeling of I am Judith that is looking at the tree. It's less. It's more the tree suddenly, if you cross the 50%, is looking at you. Suddenly it's a very strange moment. It's like turning, like if this tree is looking at me, and then it's very strange. And